Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is OctoMan, and today I'm gonna have to stop. Once again, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is OctoMan, and today I am in a new challenge called about a Unity game jam. In this case, it's going to be, well, it's more like a game jam. It's not Unity Unity connected over here, but the theme is going to be the night dawn. So it's going to be like when the sunset is or something like that. We're gonna go and create some game around this theme. The idea over here for from our side is going to be turn-based, Bomberman-like. I'm gonna go and show some images pretty quick. What we just planned so far. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have like a checkerboard, literally like a 7x7. So it has to be always an odd number over here. We're gonna be able to go left and right, up and down, but we never go diagonal. As well as we're gonna have some fields which are not visible, basically, or not. We cannot move to these points. So the idea over there is we're gonna have two people in each corner. Literally, we're gonna go and start a multiplayer game over there, which means we're gonna connect over using the photon engine, probably, which is the simplest one over here. And we're gonna do some bomb laying, stuff like that. We're gonna go and be able to pick things up like bombs. We're gonna be able to pick up like flames. We're gonna be able to pick up something like yeah, whatever, maybe moves, like we can move one or maybe two moves over here. So Then I was thinking about how can we use user interface that could be something like a ring menu, meaning whenever the turn of the current player, whoever is going to be the current player, opens some kind of a ring menu, meaning we got a move button over here, we get a close or maybe a bomb playing button and so on. And we're gonna do whenever we do a move, then we're gonna show maybe a second ring menu in which we're gonna be able to put some arrows. So we can say, okay, we want to go to the left or go up, go down, go right. So never diagonal once again. So if one move is not possible, of course, then we need to block that button or something like that, or just make the turn not possible. So we need to use maybe something like raycasting, physics-based, or we're going to use grid-based, like using an array. So this array is basically just a 2D grid array. More is not needed. Well, then, based on the user interface, we're probably going to put some hamburger menu, we're going to put some end turn stuff scenario and so on, and we maybe show how much turns we have. Maybe we're going to limit this to maximum turns of 60 or something similar. And at the bottom, we may go and do some counter, how much bombs we are able to lay per turn, per round, whatever. And if there's one active on screen, then we're going to go avoid using that, literally. Then we got flames, which is like how far can the flame go, meaning if we start with one field, well, and if the bomb is here, then we can only go up until this point or up until this point, like 4 directions, literally. Also, the bombs do not go diagonal and cannot bypass static objects like the fields, which are literally blocked for everything, for the user as well as for flames and so on. And since it's going to be a turn-based scenario, as well as it has to be run in the night, we want to make something like a light cone, or maybe something like a circle around, so we can not see what the other guys or the other opponent guy is going to do. Like if he goes into another direction and so on and so forth, or each direction, we cannot see what he currently does. So, and depending on how far we make this cone or the circle of light, I would say, since it's going to be in a semi-dark setting over there, we cannot see what the opponent is going to do. And as a twist, we were thinking about putting some kind of a flag or some starting point area, maybe like it could even be, a shed, like a home base or something like this, home area, which we can say, okay, we're going to do, when this is destroyed or when the player is destroyed, depending on, how easy it is to go there, the opponent is going to be the winner. So when this guy goes here and destroys the house of the opponent, then of course this guy has won. Or if it bombs away the opponent itself, then he probably also loses the round. So we have literally 2 possibilities to lose. When we can bomb away any blocks or something, we're gonna get these pickups. Maybe we're gonna put in like a chance of 2 by 3 or whatever, or a 20%, 30% drop rate or drop chance to get a bomb. So you can lay down 2 bombs in one turn, or in general have more than that on screen. Or a second one would be putting a flame pickup, as I've already said about. So we have a longer flame. And the third one might be, instead of moving one piece, we might be able to do 2 moves, or, something like that with a higher rarity, because I believe moves are going to be the absolute amazing and important stuff over here. If you have any questions, then feel free to let me know. Maybe you're going to be able to help us out one day or the other, or today, tomorrow. We're gonna go, or I'm gonna go and stream as much as I can, as long as the internet is going to work on my side over here as well. And probably this ends today or somewhere in the midnight, so maybe earlier, maybe later, I don't know. So again, turn-based Bomberman compared or combined with some base, I don't know, survival pickup thingy-wingy. So, nothing too unusual, I would say. So what do I start with is literally a grid-based movement. So I would, since I have, some examples on my YouTube channel somewhere about grid-based movement already. We're going to be able to do this rather quick, so we don't have to create things twice. Literally, I could just go in and copy paste code, and then I have the grid-based movement done. I just need to understand, or need to, let's say not understand, but let's say I need to make decisions. And the decision would be, how do I let the game engine or there is not going to be any AI at this point, but probably later there will be AI. How would I analyze the board at the very start of the game and see where's what? So, for example, I could put some kind of an array in a script, in a game manager script or something like a board script, which does know exactly where is who, like where is the player, where are blocks to be destroyable blocks, where is not movable blocks, and so on. Because, for example, this array could be used later on for A-star pathfinding, blah, 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 when it comes to AI. But we don't go for AI at this particular case. So when it makes sense later on to pass an AI, I might go over and, add it to it. But for the moment, there's no idea behind an AI. Since this is going to become a multiplayer game, since I started to scratch the surface on multiplayer, we are going to use the Photon engine, of course, to combine, let's say, or to make a match making system behind it. So we don't need anything like a TCP, blah, blah, blah. So we just use Photon, smash the stuff in. I just had my last live session was about a Photon. It was headaches full of that, but so many ads over here. But that's basically what we are going to go for. And, well, yeah, that's hopefully a fun project. We'll see in the end how it turns out. We got a plan B, which is probably a 3 or 4 hours plan we can use as well. So like a backup plan. So if that does not really work, or the turn-based content is absolutely horrible, then we're going to do maybe like an active gameplay. It wouldn't change anything, but it would, it would still be a good experience. So for my artist, or the artist itself, it's going to be a challenge anyways, because we need to go and think about rigging, characters, movement, laying down something. Gonna be a bunch of stuff later on. We also maybe want to go and do some voice acting. Gonna be a fun experience here as well. And maybe we're gonna do some special setting, because the theme, once again, the night dawns, is going to be something like we need to make a kids game, so it needs to be understandable, and maybe we're gonna put it like in a pirate scenario, where we're gonna say, okay, we can open chests with our with the barrel. So we lay a barrel down, here's a chest, and the barrel bombs away the chest, and probably you are lucky there's something in, or even not. And so we have like a pirate setting, and probably we're gonna be able to put some nice surroundings. That's not my part, I just fill in later on the gaps. But maybe we're gonna make some, I don't know, palm trees laying around or staying around, and doing some movement. So we want to have some fluid scene also as well later on, which makes it a bit beautiful. And we want to have a good setting. Maybe we're gonna do some ocean sounds, all of that beauty. But once again, this is stuff you don't want to go for in the first, let's say, 30 to 50 to 40 hours. You want to take this and leave this as the very end. So, and that's basically it. We don't need more than that. So let's see what he just sent over. He sends me some ideas, which are pretty interesting later on. So I'm gonna keep them for me at the moment, and so maybe I'm gonna share them later on with you. So what do we need is we need to know how far we can go. Grid-based movement. We can use this, we can make movement literally physical based. meaning we shoot array to the left, to the up, to the right, to the down, depending on, and see how far we would be able to go, depending on the direction we are looking at. So this is the first way. The second way would be something like, this array-based movement. So we have a 2D array. We're going to have starting points and so on and so forth. I'm going to put some blocks in a moment here, so we cannot bypass these. And probably we need some kind of an initializing code, or let's say playfield reader, which starts here or in any of them corners, maybe here at 1, 1 or 0, 0, 0. And once we go there and analyze from this point, which is going to be like our starting vector, we shoot down rays or maybe an overlay sphere or something and see what's at this field. And depending on what's coming back, we're going to fill the array with objects, like maybe based on, I don't know, maybe based on, is this a walkable tile or is it a non-walkable tile? What is on top of this tile? So basically, as you do, for example, in battleships, like if there is a tile where a ship is going to be on, then you know, or the game should know exactly on which of them tiles, for example, the destroyer is, or other of that things. So, and the same thing is going to appear over here. But before we can do that, we need to tell the board, hey, for example, I am at this position based on maybe the world space position, or once again, we're going to use an overlay, a vector overlay box or whatever that's called. I don't remember, or a physical, just a circle or a sphere, and say, okay, shoot it down or place it here and see what's coming back. And as long as it is probably not of type tile or with the name tile, see what else is over there. So because everybody has a tile, right? So in the end, we're gonna use that, probably this 2D array, to use our movement. So we can exactly ask, if we would go to the right inside this array, is the array reached at this point if we were to go to the right? So we don't need to use physical based checkups. So because the array is going to know exactly what's on top of the board, or what is on the board. We can only analyze that we can only analyze this one board after each turn has happened, literally, or at least once all the players are inside the scene. So right before the game would start. And so this is the multiplayer part, which is going to be probably the biggest headache of all, because the rest is literally easy, I believe. Then later on in multiplayer, we need to update both boards on both players. So that's the other thing. So the array where all the information is be stored has to be sent to both players back for later on. Like if there's a turn or any kind of a change, like if there's a bomb over here at this point, then we need to tell both players, hey, there's a bomb. So we also know maybe how far the flames could be or something like that. So whenever this bomb explodes and something is on this field by the range of the bomb, whatever the range of the bomb is, we're gonna know exactly what to hit. This is the programmatic way to approach that. Once again, the other way around would be just, okay, I'm gonna have a bomb, I'm gonna shoot a ray cast depending on the size of the bomb and see if I hit something. If I hit something, then it's gone. This would be the physical way. Both work. Both can easily do this. So once again, these are decisions I have to make on my own. Nobody is going to take this decision from me away, and I need to think about that. And this is what you need to do as well. Like when you are going to create something new or something existing, you always need to think about what are the possible ways and how can I reach a point? How can I reach a specific thing? Hi, Talisman. Thanks a lot for tuning in. this is basically what we're gonna start with, what I need to start for and I need to go for the basic inputs, like the buttons we can press. So we don't need any update loop or anything. We just rely on direct straight inputs. Yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you have any decision questions, well, I try to answer them as long as I know what I'm doing over here. So yeah, once again, the stream is going to end probably somewhere today and around midnight if the internet is not going to crash here today. And I will update you accordingly, like whenever I do maybe I've reached major steps. I just let it run, but probably sometimes I don't say anything. 1 second. You're learning and watching over here. That's awesome. That's what I do here as well. I mean, every time I start a new project, I learn something new and I try to do different approaches. So every time I start some kind of a game jam or something in which I want to finalize something, I try to make something different probably to other ways, just to understand multiple possibilities. And also it doesn't matter if you go for 2D first and then go 3D, basically both is going to be the same. So one is just literally uses just two vectors in 2D and 3 vectors in 3D, but literally it's still the same thing because one or the other is just a 0, literally, like when you go for 2D. So usually the y-axis or the z-axis. But once again, this all depends also on the camera itself and the actual coordinate system, which is going to be used, as you can see here in the gizmo. So for 2D, usually you use X and Y, and the Z-axis is going to be the depth of that. You sometimes use that, even in 2D, it depends on what the game is going to be about. Like when you have like jump and runs with multiple stuff in the background, like layered backgrounds or something, then you're going to use the Z-axis as well. And depending on distances between 1 and 2 or something, you're going to be maybe do something like a parallel or parallax effect and so on and so forth, depending on the Z-axis, like the distance between the point of view, I would say. And so, yeah, you always learn whenever you do something new. And this is what my aim is over here as well. I want to learn every time I do something. I want to learn something new. I'm gonna create myself some tools, gonna create some other things and so on and so forth, and try to increase my knowledge. And basically this is, you always have something you can learn from. Good. Okay, I'm gonna mute the stream. I let it run, but I mute it for a moment. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If you have anything you want to say, let me know. I'm gonna unmute once I have something to say, or if you want me to answer questions and so on and so forth, then I'm gonna unmute. I'm gonna see this going on over here. Yeah, once you are creating something from scratch, it's hard. It's hard to put this together when you don't know where you need to start. So you need a good plan. So in the future, try to manage and like put away all the issues you might come across. So split all your problems, or well, just see it as a problem solving scenario. Every time you're gonna put something together, like you need to you have anything, like gonna go for a fishing game. If you have a fishing game as an example, you want to know multiple things: movement, line, how to hook, how to fish, user interface, how to interact, what to do afterwards. Do you need a payment or maybe a fishing, like a shop system, and so on and so forth? What you need to do is you need to split all of that up in multiple things. And then you go for the absolute basics. How do I throw the rod? Or what do I need with the rod? Or do I actually need a rod? Or do you fish with something else? What type of a game is it? And meanwhile, you're going to split the problems into multiple smaller pieces. It's easier to solve them. And that's the way you're going to go for programming as well. You're going to take one branch of something, split it apart in multiple small parts, and then put it together, just one after another. Each function you're going to write is going to do one specific thing. And then you see, okay, if that works, if that one thing works, like I can move to the left, to the right, up and down, that's what I'm going to start with. I'm going to put a super simple interface or something together and see, okay, can I call these with these buttons? Probably I do. Just click on it and boom, you're done. So you have this, and then you need to wait until the move is done. The turn is literally over, and then the opponent is going to be able to do these things. Same as for user interface visibility. You need to enable and disable everyone's own user interface. Everybody, what shall I say? Every camera is going to be how shall I say? Every camera is going to be, each character is going to have one camera. Each character, and this is something I need to fiddle out later on also. If I start with one in the top left corner, it's different to the other one in the bottom right corner, as an example. So, and you don't know who you are. Are you on the top or on the bottom? Except you see the surroundings and stuff like that. So this is the multiplayer piece, which is going to be pretty much of a huge, that's going to be something huge to actually get, to tackle. This is something which is going to be my learning curve increase with this multiplayer stuff over there. Okay, so I'm gonna go and start to script now the turn-based movement. I'm gonna make some simple user interface in Inkscape, and then I go from there. So I'm gonna put some blocks over here, gonna see if I use an array as movement or just physical based movement. So basically just shoot a ray to the left, to the up, to the right, to the down, see where I can move. And the only thing I don't know at this point is, can I go over border or not? Well, multiplayer doesn't matter if it is a first person or third person. The only downside is on multiplayer is the delay between player A and player B, or if you have multiple players. So sometimes specific servers are not going to be good enough or quick enough to deliver the information package, over to the other people. Yes, that's absolutely true. So when somebody is sitting in China and another one is going to be in the US or in the EU, you're gonna have huge latency breaks. But if you're using Photon, there's a possibility to connect to somebody who's in the same latency rate. So that makes it a bit easier, but probably never ever you meet somebody in the US, so you need a backup plan, literally. The good thing is, for turn-based games, it doesn't matter. It only matters for real-time strategy, or like real-time games, like real-time strategy games, or real-time like FPS and so on. But maybe then you need to rely on some, let's say, better services with lower latency, maybe better servers like AWS or AWS or something. I don't know. So, but this is going to be always some kind of an issue, and you never can do it good for everybody, I believe, especially not if you are just an indie developer. Yeah, it's rather cheap. It's like $5 per month or something. I believe there's another one as well, but you have like connection limits, I believe. So you cannot, like, CCU is probably rather low. I'm not quite sure. I haven't read it correctly or completely. But then you cannot, I'm not quite sure, but you probably cannot use a service like Photon, but you can use Mirror as an example. But Mirror also had its flaws, as I have seen. It might not be supported by newer Unity versions, so I'm not quite sure if there are any issues with that, like if the packages are not working or not, like, you know, the actual Unity plugin. So this is something you always need to keep in mind, and if that is not working as well, you need another backup plan, right? So you need to read up first and see which one of the services are going to be useful for your project. And of course, after the project becomes too huge or too much people are going to be involved or want to play your game, you might need to go and pay for the services. So you can test things out with rather small plans, but you never know if your project is going to break through the roof, right? So you might end up wasting money probably. On the other hand, you might not. It depends on, once again, if you are breaking it. If people are interested into playing your game overall. That's all I can say so far. So again, the CCU is going to be an issue. I hope for the game jam, not too much people are going to try to play against each other. On the other hand, I may need to go and put in a lobby system so you can see how much players are currently waiting for a room and something like that. So if it's full, well, then it is what it is. And this is something new for me here as well. So I don't want to use Mirror because otherwise I would have to learn new stuff again. So I rely on Photon today. Photon PUN2 is it? Which is free to, download, free to use up until the 20 CCU. That's what I believe. So, and this is how we're gonna build up from, or which is going to be the idea so far. I'm gonna start with Photon probably not today, since first off I need to go over the absolute basics, the basic mechanics. So photon is going to be hopefully the easiest one we can use over here, since we literally just need to synchronize the things over, like when something has been bombed away or when some movement has happened. Then we need to just update the opponent player. Basically, we can do this once the turn is over. So, but this is what I'm gonna go and tackle a bit later on, since I need to get once again the basic mechanics up and running. So today I will go and finish the movement and the laying a bomb down. And in the second iteration, I'm gonna go for the game mechanics. So getting a game manager running, I'm gonna, how to connect or start a game. Do we need something like a countdown? I don't know. Probably not. But just to prepare the scene, we need to analyze the board. Maybe I need to analyze the board if I'm using some kind of a 2D grid. Otherwise, I just use what I used, and I need to have a spawn manager, which is going to not just spawn the characters, but also randomizes breakaway pieces. Need to go for the flames. Gonna see how I make them. I don't know. So they can literally bomb away stuff, and also each bomb needs a delay as well, like over 2 turns, so it needs to count down. All the bombs on screen need to count down once every turn has been passed, and then they all explode literally at the same time in the next turn, or depending how high the delay is going to be. You cannot be hurt by your own bombs. That's what I have as an idea here as well. So, or what we already had as an idea. So you could stand on it, like on the bomb, but you always have to do one move per turn. So you have to lay a bomb or make a move, at least. So these are going to be the absolute limits, I would say. And since you cannot hurt yourself, because sometimes a road might be blocked or something, and you cannot hurt yourself, that would be awesome. So you can just stay where you are. Literally, you could stay where you are. You can just stay inside the bomb range, so it doesn't kill you instantly. Like it doesn't kill yourself. So that's the idea. Now I'm gonna go and take a look pretty quick through my library. Probably I have code I can reuse, because we don't want to go always from scratch. And I believe I got something like that already somewhere. I just don't remember where I had it. So maybe I have it somewhere rather old. I mean, it's a rather old project I'm trying to find right now. So it's quite some time ago. So I believe I'm gonna pretty quickly do a search and see if I find it pretty quick over here. No worries, you can always ask, but sometimes you might need some. You might need some, or I might need some time to actually answer. Probably I don't see it or something, like if some window is over the actual chat. Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing. So yeah, probably people are going to be interested into that. So usually it is, this is what I cannot really teach to people, is when you start a new project, to think of what you need absolutely at the very most first thing. So this is the odd part, the odd idea over here. So the issue, because you can know, but you cannot teach somebody how to think or how to plan. I mean, it's the only thing I can just tell is rip apart all issues you have to solve and solve one after another. And if it is unsolvable for whatever reason, split even that unsolvable in multiple parts. And so this is the way you're gonna get literally the idea how you might be able to manage to come at least to something, to one point or to the other. What do we need over here? Well, for the moment, I just define anyhow where I start, how I start. Probably I need to initialize that based on the character later on the when it comes to photon, depending on the player ID, whoever is player 1 might start with the look direction to the left, and the other one might look into the right. So because they are literally, the screen is going to be on the other side, so they might have a different rotation. So I might need to go and start the rotation for them as well. I believe I need something to block movement outside. So I cannot literally fall outside of the game field, so I may need to go and use some colliders for that part. And what I need is, first I want to make sure that I'm literally able to do or perform a move from one point A, from the current transform position, to the destination point. And the destination point is going to be the one which is going to be the next possible one, which I need to validate anyhow. So for the valid move, I probably go and later on loop through all 4 directions and see which button I like when the turn starts, which button I can enable and disable. So I might need to do this 2 times or 3 times, something like that. So yeah, this is what I now just need to fiddle or to tackle to validate my move over here. So, and to do so, whenever we hit something, well, after we hit something, we know that this is not a valid move, literally. So we can move to a specific point. I gonna cap the ray cast to be 1, since that's going to be our standard size over here of the ray cast. Like the ray goes from the center point of the object, probably lifted up, so it's not sitting on the floor and not bypassing any other collision objects. So this ray now needs to be first off created. So I just create a new ray, I'll name it ray, and this is going to be a new ray. We can now fill already some data inside. Before I do this, I need to know what's the next point, the next position I want to go to. Next position. This is what we need to pass in whenever we loop through all possibilities. Next position. And maybe we're gonna also, well, no, we don't. We just need the next position. It's like a vector to the left, vector to the right of the current position, vector down, and vector up. So we can use this to measure, as you can see, from the origin, which is going to be transformed to position, plus lifted up, like when we are on the ground, depending on, again, what the object is we are later on going to use. But since we are switching assets, I'm gonna go from the very top, very bottom actually. So I need to lift this this origin point up, and then I need to pass in the actual the actual direction in which we are going to shoot. So maybe I can, since I don't want to use always the forward axis, I want to use the multiple axes. Probably it's maybe it's good to know the direction. Since it's a vector, it's just, you know, up, right, left, down. And depending on if we are looping through, the direction is basically the next position, I would say. Because that's going to be, well, no, it's not. It's not directly that. The next direction is the current direction plus X, Y, or Z. Or minus, depending on if it is a positive or negative. Good question. I don't know. Transform no position plus no vector 3. And now we lift it up. I just lift it up by half. So 2.5 F. As long as it's not 0, as it's not on the ground, it has to be just a bit lifted. So it's not slipping through other collision objects. Which happens when it is on floor. And yeah, direction. What's the direction? Basically, it depends on what next position could be, or we're gonna pass in direction directly. We could, maybe we pass it in. Maybe I'm gonna change this later on. Direction. Since I got a direction over here already, I just make an underscore direction, and next position is here. So I'm gonna use next position like with an underscore here as well. This is later on just for, you know, seeing if there's a free spot, I guess. We'll see. So the next one is going to be underscore direction as being my you know, direction vector. Again, this direction vector is literally just a 0, 1, 0, or 0, 0, 1, 0, or 1, 0, 0. So up, down, left, and of course the negative ones are in place as well. So, and now we want to see just if there's something in the way, then like when we collide, we're going to pass out a false, otherwise we return a true depending on the direction. So we do just a simple physics check. If physics dot, what is it, raycast? Physics raycast, oh, we need a hit in a moment. If physics dot raycast, we're gonna take the ray we just created, so the ray, comma, and then we're gonna say we can all have different possibilities. In total, we have 16. What we can say out hit. We don't have a hit, so I'm gonna create it pretty quick. Like maybe here. So we just need to raycast hit, name it hit. So this out hit basically just says, did this hit, did I got a response? Is there a hit over there? And then we're gonna pass in the ray length. Maybe later we need to go and use a layer. As an example, this layer, this is something I need to test or need to talk to my friend over there is, can I bypass, like can I move onto the same field as my opponent is going to stand on? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. So as you can see, every time you get into things, you're gonna end up with more questions you have to answer. So now we can just literally say, okay, what did we got? What is hit? So something like if, why is that always there? So if hit dot, we can basically compare, well, can we compare? Hit dot collider dot compare tag. We can compare against a tag like a wall tag or any obstacle tag. We can now pass that in. Our ground layer is not needed. Because we don't shoot any ray from top to bottom, we're gonna shoot in 4 directions from the player itself. And the ground layer as being a layer used or not used, well, it can be used, but it's not necessary. Bringing in a layer over here can come with some goods, but also with some odds. I just check for obstacle. I'm not quite sure. Obstacle, whatever that could be. Could be wall, could be destroyable. It's just so we cannot move through the wall. And using raycast just makes us not able to move that or through that object. So if we hit if we run into an obstacle, we return false. So basically, when the actual layer or the actual raycast is putting that, and just returns a false at this point. If that physics check does not hit any obstacle, we return true. So we just have a simple, hey, check if we can go there. Is that a possibility? Yes or no? So we have the first thing solved. We now know hopefully exactly if we are able to move to a specific point when we click a button or right before. So now when it comes to the actual move, we need to call multiple things first. So we need to enable and disable the buttons. So we need to find later on a way, or I need to find a way where I can say, okay, button X is interactable, but not button Y, because it's there is no valid move, so the player cannot touch it, which makes it more reliable, more useful, I would say. So when we click on the button, or when we press the button, it can be also, keyboard input, like left, right, up, down. If we click on a button, I can just call a function, and depending on if the function says, yep, this is a valid move for this one, and I put a boolean just to make sure I protect it, that we cannot mesh it and it does what it does. And also you should only be able to do one thing, one move, one step. The one extra thing I'm not quite sure of is how long should my movement be? And like, can I, or how much moves do I have left? And shall I press the ring menu a second time? Shall I be, or am I able to press the ring menu a second time after I've done one move? Probably per round, so I need to define the player class later on how to handle this, or the game manager how to handle this. So what else? Well, we need to do the actual move, and I go with a coroutine for the actual move, so we don't rely on the update loop. I try to avoid the update loop as much as I can, so it is simpler for me and for others. And it's not like running 60 times a second if it's not needed, right? So I just name it move player, and so we need to yield something. So we can literally say, meanwhile we try to reach a point, a vector, a start, and a node, or actually a goal node, a goal position. So basically we need to pass that one in here, like the 3, like depending on what we have pressed, which button. So each of the buttons later on need to tell which direction they stand for, like up, down, left, right. I'm not quite sure if that also works for the other opponent player. How that is going to be seen, let's say, like visible inside the multiplayer part. That's going to be interesting. So we got the move player one. We need to know the next position. So the position, or actually the goal to walk to, goal. What's going on? Goal position, something like that. So, and then we basically just need to make an extra function for this one, just for the move itself. So it's also of type bool, which just returns if we have reached a position or not. And the position is going to be the goal position. Meanwhile, we try to transform over there. We wait inside the coroutine over here inside the... So I'm gonna name this boolean move towards goal or something. Or actually, to goal. We need to pass in some parameter. Speed basically doesn't matter. We can define this on the fly, or just make it anywhere, or just a local variable. So we need to pass in the goal. And we now need to go and say return goal. Meanwhile, goal is not equal to transform dot position. So we basically talk to the object, the player itself. If we need the player later on, then we're gonna take a player to transform to position. Meanwhile, so transform to position is equal to vector3 dot move towards a point. Move towards. From, and now we have the current vector, the target vector, and the maximum delta distance. Maximum delta distance is basically the speed. So we can do something like, we need to, I believe we need to flatten this one out. Like if somebody is doing the move over a network, we're gonna hopefully get this updated as well as animated. This is something I need to, it's a new thing for me. If we play animations, meanwhile, we play on the server side, which may look better at the end. So where are we? We are at transform.position, and we need to go to our goal. Where's the speed? I don't know. We can say something like 8 or 10 times time dot delta time. So we just do a move from A to B, and we return true or false depending if we have reached the goal or not. And in here we just say while. Now we call move towards a goal. We pass in goal position. We just wait. We just say yield return null. And after this, we can do whatever needed. Yeah. That means we can now, or we should now be able to move with a button click if we know the actual goal position, if it is a possible or valid move position, basically. So we need to have on this move all the buttons inside the ring menu or any kind of input, basically, to talk to the move player coroutine, if it is a valid move beforehand. Like when we start the round or the turn, we need to tell, hey, check my possible moves now so I don't have to do this later. And whenever the ring menu opens, we exactly know if they are, accessible or not. So maybe we're gonna tint them red or, by using interactable or something. So, what we need is probably, I'm gonna make a header here so it's later on a bit better to see for me. I'm gonna put like all the buttons over there, so the move buttons basically. Maybe we're gonna have some other ring menu move buttons, stuff like that, hooked up here as well. So we need a public button, and now it's funny, the button actually does react here, but if we have other user interface things, then we might go and use Unity Engine.UI namespace over here. So this button is going to be like move left. We also need a move right, move up, and move down. Move down. And this way we should be able to talk to them accordingly. So button has not been found, so I believe you need to use the namespace using Unity Engine.UI namespace. No button is possible to be accessed. Oh, just take your time. I mean, you don't have to follow me overall. You don't have to do what I do over here. If you want to, you can. And probably later on, I just copy and paste things around. And you might not be able to catch up. So just don't forget to think about it on your own as well. So how would you solve things, right? How would you go and tackle a specific issue? And what would be your way instead of using mine? What would be your way? So what I want to do now is I'm gonna go and create some buttons. I could just use any button, literally. And there are some things I need to, because of the ring menu, there are some things I need to fiddle around. What is the fiddle is the touchability of a button might be bigger than it should. And so I need to go and check out another script, literally, to see later on what's going on. So how can I create such a UI? I mean, I can be literally as creative as I want. Just make a circle, duplicate, shrink down, and the difference. So if that is going to be my ring menu, I may need to go and depending on how much rings I need, I can split this up into 4. I can split it up into 2. Like if I have like a move here and a lay bomb here, maybe I'm gonna have some other icon and so on. So these are design decisions you need to come up here as well. So to split them, rings are gonna go something slimmy like this. Control D, rotate by 90 with snap rotation. So I know these two are exactly how they should be. Gonna combine this pass so it's 1, and now I take these and split the things apart. First off, I need to align them accordingly, so they are like a crosshair right now, and now I take this and take this one away from it, so using difference. Okay, that's good. So yeah, keep on learning. Do yourself, yeah, try your best actually, and see how you can come across. Maybe I undo the step pretty quick, since I just noticed I might gonna need another version of that, which is going to be, can I just, yep, I can. There's something. Let's see if I can snap it here. Oh, can't. Okay, then I need to convert it, probably. Bit hard to see, so I'm gonna use another color. It doesn't have to be super precise, it's just so I get it. Kinda okay-ish, kinda close to what I want. So I could also have something like this. Gonna duplicate this once again. So I could also say, oh, that was not what I wanted. Maybe something like this, so I can have multiple, like for the moment I would have like 6 things I can put in the ring menu. So I have a left and right possibility, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 menu. Gonna have a 4 menu, like with 4 buttons in total, and yeah, that looks good so far. I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna really split them that way. Maybe it is better to split them really on that they match 1%, because I need to go and bring this one back later on in this setting. If I just take one piece and export it, I need to know that the other ones are going to be rotated, and I don't know where the actual center point is, so I need to I believe that's the best thing. I need to put a center point here, so I have a pixel I can later on take a look on and put the actual pivot point in the correct spot. Or yeah, I don't know. Something interesting I just need to fiddle out here, I guess. So, is there other way? What if I make it so? That's also another thing. I could take a look. Gonna copy this. Control D. Gonna make this one like that. And yeah, I would think of maybe I not need 6 and not need 2 and not need 4, but maybe could use something like 3. Would be also an interesting piece. I could also, you know, get rid of parts like this ones over here. But I believe that's fine. I mean, if I don't use any buttons, it is what it is. So this one here, of course, I want this to be rotated by 180. It doesn't let me. Oh, well, actually not by 180, but by 90. So it would be like that. So I have the left arrow here, right arrow, or any arrow in any of them directions. So we know later on exactly where things are going to. And since they're using the same graphic, I'm gonna rotate it here. I'm gonna split them apart, like using the difference parameter here. Now I can get rid of everything I don't need. For example, I can take the complete route over here. So I gonna usually do this like well, user interface design is not really important at this particular point, but I wanna just nail it down so I don't have to touch it anymore. So I'm gonna take this thing and maybe gonna make some shading, I would say, and so it's looking like ambient. I could even make it like a gradient glowy thing, maybe, but that's not really necessary, I would say. So I'm gonna take this, just this is going to be super white. This one is maybe just a bit grayish, so let's tackle that. So this is white. This green one is going to be like a slight gray or something, so I can tint it or over tint it in Unity itself. And I'm gonna make something like an I'm gonna ungroup it pretty quick. Ungroup. I could maybe I should next time just. Why can't I ungroup you? Did I put them together? I don't know. Gonna duplicate just this part, make it just a bit smaller. Need to go and disable this one. And gonna do the same thing here. Control D, duplicate, just make it a bit smaller. So I can have something like a, maybe like an imprint or something. So, let's see with the colors. Okay, it's a bit too much. I don't know where the rest now is. Gonna do undos. Ah, now I got it ungrouped. Okay, so this one here and this one here. Maybe I'm gonna put these away a bit, or make something like that, or something. Yeah, maybe this way. So it looks like it's stamped in or something. It's not going to be, well, I could make it transparent. So it can literally look through as well. I don't know. And since these other ones are going to be a bit more, a bit too much dark. If I make it this way, then I need to make this at least the same darkness or brightness. Nah. Basically, these are decisions you shouldn't make in a stage like I am. Yeah, I'm gonna use that. That's fine. So basically now I can export it. I can do literally the same thing with the other ones, like if you have like different things, icons, and so on and so forth. But I believe the rest is going to be probably just with text or so. I don't know. I just want to get this movement stuff at the very first up and running, so I can put like all of them in a circle. I'm not even sure if the circle is big enough or too small or whatever. So I just didn't took a look into it. So I need to export it into my project. Need to find it first. I'm gonna name this sprites or user. Ah, yeah, why not? Sprites. The folder, and inside this folder, I'm gonna put move ring arrow. I don't know. PNG, save, and export. Oh, that's a bit too small. I'm gonna make it a bit bigger. I want at least some quality. Gonna export again, replace. And so it should be later on here in a new folder, should be there, should be pop up. Yeah, art polish comes later, absolutely. It's the same with sounds, effects, and all the other good stuff. This is not what you want to tackle at the very beginning. So what we want to do is we want to do right to the UI and apply. So it's going to get its transparency from the PNG export. And yeah, now I can put some basic UI together over here. I need to put some things together here anyways. So gonna make a new empty and gonna name this just tiles, at least for the moment. I'm gonna put all the tiles in. I mean, they are not as important at the moment, since they don't have to do anything. They are just visuals for me to know where I currently am and where I probably can go to, right? So what we need is a 3D object. No, we need a UI canvas. Like this. And, well, we need something else like an image. And in this image, I'm going to need to put some things. Before I do that, I want to make sure that my reference resolution on the canvas is... first of all, I want to make it so that scalable screen size is on, and reference resolution is full HD, so the 1920 by 1080. So if I later on have to import some UI from somebody else, it's going to match automatically. Yeah, make them bigger. It's always a size scenario. So currently this one is already 380 kilobytes in its size. So try not to overdo it if not necessary. Of course, you can always slim down or make smaller. So I go pretty quick into 2D mode over here and try to position this. This is going to be my ring menu holder. So this is going to be where all the magic is probably happening later on. So I put this, like, if I go here into full HD on the size, like the image or a camera size, I'm gonna make it so that it is somewhere where my character is, and I need to go and scale this one up now. You can use the actual rect tools, I believe. Can I just, yeah, like this. And in here, I'm gonna now need, you know, all these 4 buttons. They are left-sided, right-sided, upside, downside. But we need to use mask or something to measure if we are really, since these buttons would otherwise overlay. I'm gonna tell you or show you what I mean. I'm gonna tint this one into red. And let's assume this is since this is a square, I would just take, for the moment, just one side and make this right on top of it and to put aspect ratio. So as we can see, we now can go from the right and make it as huge as we need, but we don't know what the rest is going to be or how the rest is going to look. So literally the pivot point needs to be in the center where the image is. Well, that makes our life hopefully a bit easier. Because when I now go Control D and now want to rotate, I can rotate around this pivot point and snap rotate over by holding the Control key. But as I can see, the first image looks like it is a bit too huge. So I am going a bit back. And this is the issue we got over here, is we need to fiddle out now what is the correct size for our ring menu over here. Once we got this sorted, the rest is easy peasy, right? So I go over pivot, rotate, hold Control, and try to, hopefully it lets me, come on. There we go. So as we can see, we could make this first image slight bit bigger. We can also keep it as is, but let me try to be a bit more precise. So I go just a slight bit over. Well, this one would be, oh well, you know, it doesn't matter. Anyway, what else? We need to copy this one and rename them. So this is the right move button. Right move. This one will be the up move. And you remember, well, images are images, but we can always put a button on them. Control D, rotate, come on, and rotate again. left move, and down move. This ring holder over here, we can later on make this one just simply transparent or disable the image component. We also don't need the touchability on that. And as I see, that doesn't look too shabby. So are we on the right track? I guess I can always tint and, you know, rearrange and do stuff. And I can fiddle out. I go for grayscale first, so we see stuff easier. And I would make it a bit transparent, but I guess I need to go onto the colors again because the arrows are hard to see in this scenario. Oh, because of the alpha probably. So I believe I'm gonna go and export this backside here. I'm gonna make this darker, like maybe so. But then, of course, I don't have this in-depth area thing. Maybe like that, so we can see the arrow better. And this one here is just shading, hopefully shading correctly afterwards. Now I lost the connection to the actual image, so I'm gonna go again pretty quick in my folder where I got the project. And override the current graphic and just back and track and see what's going on and how does it look. On the other hand, I could also go again and have a secondary layer laying underneath and make one of them just transparent, so I keep the white arrow and can tint the arrow probably or treat the tint of the arrow separately, which means I could separately you know, I could export the arrow as an extra, so I don't really touch the arrow in itself. Maybe that's a better way to do it. Just need to find my. There we go. So when I over tint this, maybe if that doesn't work, I'm gonna go for 512 here again. Export, replace. If that doesn't work, well, that looks better. What if I gonna choose a blue? Oh, why not? Or maybe orange. At least it's better. Again, I can always go and make the arrows as a separate object, so I can keep them white and it doesn't matter what the ring menu is. Orange is a bad color since we got at the moment I have the different background. So I go for maybe for blue for the moment. So again, I can do. Maybe give it a bit more. It doesn't have to be transparent, but it looks better, I guess. So later on, I need to position this one or keep it always at the same point. But the camera is going to move on screen or moving to or with our character. So probably this menu is always going to be inside the center of our camera over here. So with that said, we now need to add button components. So we're gonna just add a button, boop, and everybody now is an interactable button, and that's it. Now we have the issue when I'm gonna show you in play mode. Maybe we can. I hope we can see this. If not, I'm gonna visualize that. The issue is, it's hard to see. Let me make a highlighted color. Let me make them red. So the issue with my buttons here is, take a look where my mouse cursor is. If I go here in this corner where no button actually is, I still have a reaction. Why is that? Because the image itself is a square, or actually a rectangle, and so every time we go inside this rectangle, the buttons react. And if I go here in this corner of this button, it still activates this one because they overlay in a rectangle. So for that issue, I have something like a script, I guess, which makes it so that the button is seen as it looks, like it takes the outer shape and reacts only if I am 100% on the shape. I just need to go and find it. So this is the next issue. You will tackle sooner or later. You will come across. You have weird buttons probably with uneven shapes. They overlay because they are images. They are rectangles, and you want to only let them react whenever you are directly 100% with the mouse over the button. And this is where you need a script for, I believe. I'm not quite sure if there are possibilities to get around this. I just need to take a look where my scripts are. I believe I got it. At least the thing I wanted to get. So it's super simple, nothing fancy, I guess. We can take a pretty quick look here. So what it does, it gets the component, and we're gonna put the alpha hit test minimum threshold to be equal to 0.1. And then that should be it. It requires a component of button type, otherwise it doesn't work. Or basically you can just put this as a button inside the scene, and it creates or makes an image a button automatically. So basically that's what we need. I'm gonna copy this and create a new script over here in my script scene, just for the button, and put this on my image. So maybe we need a button script anyways. So button, like I'm gonna name this move button, at least for the moment, or actually it's a ring menu button. We can put all the informations inside them buttons, like all the actions or the on-press or on-click events inside one button script, and then we just talk to, for example, to the current player who the button is connected to. We're gonna make this a bit later on, because later on you don't want to steer two things. You have tried a couple of things. You have without the script for buttons. Yeah, you can probably also mask this anyhow out. I'm gonna name that. What do I name this one? Ring menu buttons. Ring menu buttons. I hope that the compiler has no issues with that long name. But oh, what is that? Why is there JS? I don't want this to be JS because it has nothing to do with it. So I rename it. And if you rename a class, you need to rename the script as well. Otherwise you get an issue. So we don't need update. And as it said, we just try to get the component. I just copy it again. We just get the component on the current image, if there is one image on there. I believe we need to use using namespace Unity. Need to wait a sec. Autocomplete doesn't let me. Unity engine .ui namespace. So we can make sure that image, I believe image is not part of UI namespace, but just in case. So we need to go again, alpha hit test minimum threshold 0.1. And now let's test again. I'm gonna put them all onto I'm gonna take them all and bring them now onto my buttons, like so, wherever, like so. And now let's test again and see if this threshold, it has to be a transparent object. Oh, and the textures have to be, sprite have to be set to be read, write, and advanced tab. We're gonna take a look. As you can see, the threshold is greater than 0, and the image sprite in the event system is not readable. And so this is the information we just got. We need to select our sprite, and we need to go here and enable in advanced settings of the sprite itself. Need to make this a read and write, so we can read image information from it, like the transparency parameters on that. Let's try again. Yeah, we apply. So now when I hover over this button, I don't get these issues anymore. And let's try to be super precise. I try. Okay, the threshold is maybe the threshold is not really 100% working, or maybe I made a mistake. Or we need to play around with this threshold. Super small, 0.01F. I don't know if that makes a difference. But you can, or you should be we should be able to use rather small numbers. I hope I make it right. So this is a rather far away, so maybe this number has to be bigger. I don't know. Let's test. 0.3. Save. Nope. Why should I put repeat? I don't need to wrap it repeatedly. I just have a single button. So does it make sense? Well, I'm gonna pretty quickly see if I find an updated information onto this alpha test minimum threshold. I mean, again, I just don't think that I need a repeat mode in wrap. Except you have tested this one. Further, apply. It still reacts. It still reacts here on the side. Oh, I don't have the sprite editor yet. I mean, in the inside it works. As we can see, we can go with the mouse here in the inside. It's just it doesn't, it's like the length of the buttons. Oh, maybe we're gonna be able to do something against that, since the actual collider probably is a bit too huge over there. Okay. Yeah, sometimes they get stretched, but since I use the preserve aspect ratio over here, it shouldn't stretch at all. That's the wrong one. I broke it. I don't know what I did here. Doesn't matter. Wrong one. You are welcome. There we go. So save that and try again. Maybe it's just not always working when the collider is just simply too huge, as an example. So let me make this one maximize on play one. So I should be able to go with the mouse now here on the sides. Once I hit it, I mean, not 100% hit it, but closely hit it. As you can see, we are rather close to that. We should see a difference between them too. We should also be able to go in between them. Yeah, absolutely. It's part of the fun, yes. So what we can see now is we can go literally with the mouse in between buttons. Usually you cannot do this without the alpha minimum threshold thingy. But with that way you can go and even put another button inside here if you need to, or somewhere else so they don't overlay over there. So I believe it's something like image size plus... Yeah, image size plus plus shape. So you could literally do something like an ink splat, which has insides and outside. You put it on a square, but with that you can say, hey, I don't want to touch anything when there is only transparent pixels. I want to only move my cursor above it and see when I'm in the inside of the splat. I don't want the button to react, and so this is what this minimum threshold thingy wingy is going to help us with. So the alpha hit test minimum threshold. I believe there's more information about it in the scripting API. Just go there. Feel free to figure that out. And I'll move you up a bit. Guess that's better. Actually, looks better. Hit save often. Don't forget to save your hardly earned things. If I would scale this one down, the other ones would not scale with it. So I'm thinking of that later on. If I need to scale this, like when we have different screen values or screen sizes, as long as the canvas is scaling with screen size, it shouldn't matter. But you need to make sure when this game does not run in a full HD, what's happening to the UI. So probably, yeah, once again, later on, we might go and put the ring menu in the center where the camera is, since the camera has to, hopefully, or should always be on the player itself, like it always looks on the player. Okay, so let's get this bunny buttons do a thing. We want to go and get the grid movement done so far. Oh, so I can go again into scripts. I make a scripts folder. No, I didn't want to see this in the Explorer because I know what's in. I want to go create a new folder called scripts. Keep everything organized, as much organized as possible. Even inside scripts, you can do some stuff only for player, only for user interface, only for this, only for that. Get things sorted. And see where what it makes. So I open ring menu and gonna make a, let's say, connection anyhow. Question is, do I need to? Well, yes and no. For the moment, I need to click a function. I can use different possibilities over here. We're gonna have like the on mouse over function, but that's always going through everything. I just name this one I don't know, perform, or just, yeah, do move. And what I want to put in here is the actual direction anyhow, or maybe a vector. I'm not quite sure if I can visualize a vector inside a button. That's what I want to take a look first. So we need a vector too, so we can, or are we gonna use a string for what the direction is going to be? or an integer, but we don't know if it is left, right, up, down. Maybe we're gonna use a string. String direction. So the direction we want to move to, we need to pass that over to the actual move script later on. Why is that? What's going on with that move script? I don't know. Assets is like screwed through. This one is what the heck? I don't know what I pressed. Maybe something stupid is happening. So what we can do is we can make a little access point over here for this move. But to access move, we first off, of course, later on, when it comes to multiplayer, we need to know if the player we are trying to moving is the one which is supposed to be us. But we're gonna go there later. What I need is a singleton kind of parameter, which says, that's actually not a good one. We need to put this together, maybe different. Because if I only use one singleton on a move and a single class on a move, the problem is I cannot talk directly to it. And if I put this move directly on a button, like connect the player directly to the button, it doesn't work as well. Yeah, sometimes Unity is a bit strange, and you need to think around corners, if that makes any sense. It's like this one. If I would give the move a singleton, then only one move script is going to be inside the scene. So both players would need to have access to, both need to do the same, they need to take or use the same logic, which is actually not a bad one. So we have reusability on moving the player, but then we always need to tell the script, hey, which player are we going to move? Which is the current player we want to move from A to B? And then it works. So that means from the database later on, from the online playability, we always know what our ID is. So every player gets an ID when a round starts. So we can pass in the ID and then we know who's the player we want to move. Not quite sure I'm happy with that. Because we need to always pass in so many informations. I mean, why not? But we would need to, instead of using transform position over here to do the actual move, we need to always say who the player is dot transform dot position, which is not bad at all and not a problem. But I'd like to have everything combined so each player has its own thing. So we need to later on, connect the correct buttons. I believe I had this issue beforehand in my other project. I need to make sure that the buttons on screen are my buttons, my buttons as me as a player. And so I need to say, like when I spawn this character, that move comes with it. And the other one gets a move as well. So I need to later on just pass over on the button. I need to tell, hey, this is my player. This is my buttons. And you only steer this one character with these buttons, and the other one is going to be the other one. I'm gonna pretty quickly check out what I did last time, which was also in my first approach. What was the name? Yeah. So what I did is on start, I talk to the buttons and tell the buttons who I am. So I literally set them to tell who's my input manager, basically. That's what I did. So, and the player input is, what was the player input doing? The player input was on initialize, telling all of the buttons who the buttons are responsible to. So basically, that's what I need to do here as well. So I need to, when it comes later on to the multiplayer, that everybody has its own interface, literally, and correspond only over there. This is not, to your question, this is not possible to drag this, the elements into the button, because later on, the buttons don't remember who you are. So this is like, when you load two players in one scene, they do have their own screen, they have their own buttons. And the player they respond to don't know anything about you as a player. I could drag it in, but it might lose the connection to it. So if I get it right, probably you're right. Maybe I could also say something like I make the buttons anyhow child of the player, which I do anyways, since I want to check. Well, the buttons do get information from the player after checking if a move is possible. So they check one side. But if you click the button, you don't know who the button is for. Like, let's assume you have 5 players or whatever amount of players, and you press that, every player might get this information. And so you need to have something kind of a response or responsibility for each character. This is the issue with the multiplayer later on. It's not an issue of local player. If it would be local, if I would have just one move script because the rest is AI, then I would just put a singleton and would say just move.instance blah 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 and then perform move. Then I don't care. So I could use a simple singleton over there, easy peasy. But and making a slot, like when you rearrange something inside the scene and it's not part of a prefab and so on, it might lose the connection anyhow. Like when you go from A to B or any other scene, and maybe you lose it one day or the other, because it's and since we need to instantiate them things, they don't keep the connection. So if I instantiate an object as a prefab, I cannot drag the actual part. I cannot drag it by hand into it because I need to instantiate this. So the opponent knows it has its own thing. It instantiates its own character inside the game scene, literally, because both have different starting points, and you don't know exactly if there is one already inside. I mean, you know, but you don't know if he has to get instantiated already. So the server later on needs to do this handling. I need to see if there's somebody already, then you put them on spawn point 1. If there's nobody inside already, and the second one who's going to be probably join, which hopefully does, needs to spawn at a secondary point or in anywhere. And so he has to get its own interface and all that stuff. So the interface will be there, but I need to tell the buttons, hey, here's a new player, here are your buttons. They are not supposed to be the buttons for the other one. So again, if you spawn in something, everything which is not connected to a prefab is lost. The information is lost. That's why dragging in is heavy. Or actually not as good as I'd like to tell. If it is a child object, if my interface would be a child object of my character, which doesn't really make sense. But if it would be like that, and then I drag them together, like putting them in slots, then they will keep prefab internally, like if they are child objects, one is child of the other or vice versa, they're gonna keep the connection because they are part of the prefab. Otherwise, they once again, they lose connection. In ring button, I just say I'm gonna create, I don't have anything yet, but maybe I'm gonna tell somebody, hey, this is your move script. This is your move script whenever I start this. I'm gonna set these buttons up by passing over who is who. So in that case, we're gonna pass in a move script here. Just my move. What is that? My move. And I'm gonna, again, on start, I'm gonna pass over information to these buttons. And then when I wanna perform the move, I can talk to my move. So, but I don't drag them into a slot. I tell them, hey, that's yours. Why is that? Because we're gonna have later on the connection here. So we can just go and talk to the ring menu component on each of the 4 buttons. And then we are good to go. And we're gonna probably have other ones for the move, or not just for the move, but also for the lay bomb thing. So we know exactly who has laid a bomb. Is it a, ID 1 or ID 2 bomb? Same thing, same scenario, same issue. So to do that, I create a new public void but you only the game manager basically gets also the information from the server, like who is the current player, who is the current active player. Literally, you switch the player just switches IDs between the server gets just simple informations like a 1 or a 2, who is the one in the lobby, who is the master of the complete game, who is literally the host, and who is the local player. And so based on that, one gets the ID 1, the other one gets the ID 2. But nobody knows each other, literally. And even the game manager could not tell, except you're gonna let them know anyhow. And so you need to prepare everybody once they pop inside into the scene. You need to see, is he the master? Then he automatically gets number 1. If he is any other player, we're gonna see there's a list of players then going to be inside this room. When it comes to room creation, and then he understands. So every player understands which ID he got based on the list which gets created from directly on the server. So nobody knows against or knows about the other guys, literally. But this is handled by the server. That's the good thing over. So again, it's always an issue to keep connection to the things. They rely to the current player, whoever this is, in which room he is going to be. But again, if I do not do this, probably everybody is going to do its move. At the same time, I'm going to press on a button because I just say, hey, move script, move me. And then it does not just move one, but also the other. And also, each of them need to check differently because they're going to have different positions. And based on the position of the player, we need to talk to the buttons and activate and deactivate them probably. Okay, so set button. I'm gonna make a set button here, and I just pass in move. Maybe I'm gonna pass in something else later on. I just name it _move. And so we can say my move is equal to _move, so I don't confuse myself. If I want to perform a move because I click on this, now I have a connection to this button or to this move, because this move is relative to the current player. It doesn't matter which one it is. Now I know it because I set it. Well, I didn't record it yet, but now I am able to set it. And now I can say my move, and then I can do something like perform move or move player or whatever. But because I have the direct connection set over here we're gonna do this in start or even awake. No, we're gonna do this in start. So in move over here, we now can talk to each of them 4 buttons and later on probably more, and set them up and tell them, hey, this I am move, I am player XYZ, and just get the component and tell this component to set me as being your parent object. So what we do though now here is we're gonna take a button, move left, dot, and here we need to get this basically, we need to get the game object first, dot get component, and then here we're gonna request the component ring menu button. If that is not on that object, then of course it doesn't work, it doesn't make anything. And then here we're gonna set up this one button and pass in this move script, this current move script. So this now relies to move left button. So this move script here. And for the other player later on, even if you have 500 players in scene, they're gonna all call the same function. So move right, move up, and move down. So, and now we just need to go after we were validating if there's a possible move or not. We're gonna update this over here or basically over here, depending on what the direction is. We didn't got the direction thingy yet, but we'll see. I'm gonna make a perform move function or something, which is going to be void type, since it doesn't return anything, it just does something. And in here we're gonna pass in a string direction, make it underscore direction, just in case. So what I can put in is a switch. Can I do double tap? Doesn't work here, sadly. So let's see if I gonna be able to do this. Yep. So I want to switch direction. So I pass in direction, and we don't need the default here. But what we want to do is we want to now go for all possible cases. So we're gonna have 4 cases. So in case we want to do a left move, colon, and then we need to break. We need to do the same thing for all the other cases or possibilities here. I just need to make sure that these strings are gonna pass in are 100% written the same way. Vector3, blah blah blah. We need to make it in quotes. Yeah, because direction is going to be of type string. So we're gonna go and check for a case left, case right. We need to break out. Colon here, don't forget the colon. Everything between break and colon is going to be performed code. Case up, colon, break. And then we're gonna have the last case, which is going to be down, right? Down, break. So a switch is better than if else, if else, if else, if else. And also it's better than, or maybe, yeah, like weirdly shuffled expressions that doesn't make sense over here as well. Since we have a clear input, switches only work with clear input, not like is smaller than or is bigger than. That doesn't work with switches. You can also switch integers, or you can even switch classes. It doesn't matter what you want to switch. And switch basically doesn't just takes any kind of input and checks if I have a case. Do I have a case of left, right, up, down? If that's the case, then perform anything between colon and break. So, and now we're gonna now we can call the coroutine. So in case of we are pressing on a button and say, hey, we have a left case, we can set a goal position, like from the current, we take the current position plus vector3 dot left, right? So, what we can do now is, first off, I would just in case, catch that. So vector3 goal is equal to, we're gonna take the current transform dot position, hi, dot position, and now we add vector3 I believe it has to be vector3. Vector3.left. So it's the world space vector. And now we can go and start coroutine, which is going to be called move player. As we can see here. And now I pass in the parameter we need. In our case, it's the goal. So every time we click on this button, and it is an active button, so we can press it. Let me make it like this. Then we should be able to perform the move to the right, to the left, or wherever. Representation of 3D vectors, unreachable code. Because it's in the right, in the wrong one here. So what now? Local is already existing, so we're gonna define goal first here, so we can override it. Let me make it equal to vectors ray 0, like so, and now we can just override it based on the case. Yep. So, boop, copy. Now go in here and in here. Now we just need to change the actual vector we want to add to it. So we want to add vector3.right. We want to add vector3. Probably it's not up, it's probably forward. And this one is not down, but back, since we are moving over the z-axis. So when we now we want to perform this move from the ring menu, and we want to do a move and pass in a direction we want to move to. So we can now say my move dot perform move. Now we pass in direction. And that's not too shabby. Okay, so I should be able to perform the direction now when I click on the ring menu, as long as if there is a possibility to move to that point from the current position to the next position, and then we can do whatever we want. So I just need to make sure that naming convention is going to be correct over there, and my player has a move script which is talking to, like beforehand, is starting to have a information about its position and stuff. So I create, just in case, I create an empty for being my player. And I'm gonna zero this out. I'm gonna go outside of 2D mode and see where this point is. So we can see it's here. I'm gonna hold control and snap to the right until I'm kind of under my actual player. So it's somewhere there, which is okay. I guess I can also lift it up, it doesn't really matter. And on this player, I'm gonna put this capsule as a child. So basically this is just the, the graphics. It doesn't matter what you name it. And we don't need anything. Probably I'm gonna disable the capsule collider for the moment in time, since otherwise I might have an issue that the raycast is not able to check anything. Ah, wait, we can actually keep it active, since we don't have the tag set over there, so the tag doesn't matter at the point in time. So on player, I'm gonna put move, and now we got, that's an issue. I'm gonna need to resort the actual buttons. Copy this just, 3 times, and exit out. I'm gonna make each standalone, so they are not all having the header. So there's just one header on, instead of having 4 headers, I just want to have 1 header over there. So now I'm gonna drag in the left move, the up move, the down move, and the right move. And this is totally fine, by the way. So it has not, this has not, hopefully, maybe we do not instantiate players, but set them. That might be an issue later on as well. Maybe we need to instantiate the player and its corresponding buttons later on, and then connect them together. We'll get there. This is, once again, this is the issue with the menu. Okay, so now when I start playing, I'm inside the scene already. I should be able to click on one of them buttons and do something, but it does not do anything. Also, okay. So why is that? We start the coroutine, we move towards the goal position. Goal position is the one with our current transformed position plus a vector 3 left, right, up, down, or back. Okay, both have been, I didn't set the menu. Actually, I didn't set the button. Oh, I did. Okay, let's see if I press on that, if or why there, or if there is actually something coming here. Like if I hit the button, debug.log button pressed. So I just see if my move script is going to be 100% connected the right way. So I should get information in the console when I press on one of these buttons. No, it's different. Or... oh, I don't have the on-click events connected. That's why. Okay, so the on-click events over here need to be set. So each of them guys are having their own thing. So the right move button needs to have a ring menu button. Do move. Actually, I can do this for all of them. So, I don't know what that means. Gonna get rid of that. Now they have two. Nobody knows why. Yeah, kind of grayed out now. Pretty strange. I just got rid of all of them, I guess. Okay, I need this one here. Oh, I can't. That's the issue. I need each object to stand for its own, because some is interactable later on probably and some is not. Can I choose the functions on all of them at the same time? Ring button, do move string. That's working. So now I need to tell who is going to go down. Oh, this one has a wrong button. Why is that now down? Oh god. Okay, so that's definitely not working the way I want it to. Okay, and I need to go and set them up accordingly. Our single. So do move string. I need to go and put it down. And here I need to go do move left. This one here, ring button, do move up. And last one, ring menu, do move right. It did double because you had one wizard slot already, yeah. That's the thing. So don't forget to save your scene as always. And now we should have at least a connection. When you have typed it correct, we should see at least a perform input in the console or over here in the bottom. Boom! And now I have turn-based button ring click thingy-wingy. We don't check, of course, currently. We don't check for obstacles. Not actively, but we could literally do this every time we gotta move, right? So we shoot the ray before, and so we can see, maybe we can make them buttons not interactable whenever we don't need, literally. So that's done. So we can do move. I got the debug line over here running pretty good. And so I can get rid of this one because I don't need it anymore. It accepts my input and it talks to the corresponding move, at least for the moment, which is fine. Next one is we want to make sure that we check for valid moves in the respective directions every time or every now and then. We can do this after we have done a move, but we never did do this done before we do a move. So we want to create a new function which is doing this basically every time we call it. So once again, we split issues, or we split problems into multiple smaller problems. And here we're gonna do, like, after we are done moving, we're gonna do a check, and then we already can make buttons interactable or not interactable based on obstacles or not. And so we cannot press them, and so we cannot get any inputs. And of course, we want to maybe call this at start as well, so at least once, and so we can update the actual buttons to be interactable or not based on that. And we literally do the same thing. We can do the same thing like a switch, because we have 4 directions to check, and so we can. But no, we don't need a switch. We just make a. Well, what do? We call this for each button. Maybe we can loop through them. Nope, we can't. Not this way, since we don't have them in the list. Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be public. Could be or should be just a void. And we want to do this for all 4 directions. Check possible moves or whatever. Literally, we are checking for directions. So we want to shoot. You can always comment out things, right? You can say we want to check right, for example, first. So to check that, we need to get an information from this boolean, and based on that, we're gonna deactivate or activate the interactability of the button. So we can use literally 4 expressions which are going to sit under each other, since they're basically doing the same thing, but we have like an on state and an off state, and based on this expression, we're gonna, you know, we just have an on and off based on the return of valid move check. So how do we do this? Well, we can say, let's say move button or move down. Oh no, move left. Move right. Move right to dot interactability or is interactable. So this is enabling or disabling the button. We're gonna set this to be what? And now we're gonna have to check if a valid move, if it is a valid move, we wanna check. So we're gonna say valid move. If that is returning this, then we set true, otherwise we set false. So first off, we want to perform valid move and pass in the next position. So we say transform the position, so the current position plus, and since we know we want to check the right now, we're gonna say plus vector 3 dot right. And now we need to pass in the direction we want to check this for. And the direction is literally also a vector 3.right. Well, that's what I assume. Probably it's transform.right, left or a negative left. I don't know yet. But basically that should be it. Then we say question mark. If that is the case, we want to set the interactability of the button to be true. Colon, otherwise, we want to set this one to be false. And actually, is interactable is probably wrong. We need to say interactable, like this. Is equal to. Then we do perform valid move. I can take away this parentheses pair. So interactable is equal to, if the valid move, if it returns true, then we're gonna, of course, say it is interactable button, so we make this one true, otherwise you make it false, because the valid move returns a false, because it hit an obstacle. And we can do this for all the other 3 directions as well. So we just call one function and check them all and set the buttons accordingly. Gonna make a 4 copy over there. Let's do left next. So we need to pass in here vector 3.left. And here as well, probably once again we need to go and use a transform.left. Then we're gonna do actually here we need to call the button or update the correct button, which is move left. Then we're gonna have here the up, and then we have here the down. And so we also need to say here move up. And here we need to say move down. So, and here, if it is down, we're going to use the vector 3 to back. Same here, vector 3 back. And the up one is going to be used again, the forward. And same here. I believe, depending on the players, like the second player in the scene who's going to do the opposite movements, this is going to be heavy to track, because this is using the world space. So basically we later on need to rip this apart again, I believe, and say negative left or actually negative forward and negative backwards if it is another player. Like this is like from the current perspective of the game, but the other one has to do all of that stuff, like counter movement, counterwise. So that's how to check. And here, once we have done a move, we can just call check possible moves. So it can update the buttons. And we're gonna do the same thing for whenever we start the game. We want to do this as well. So if there's a wall to the left and down, there shouldn't be any possibility for us to move. Don't forget to save all scripts. And I now put something around here, which is blocking our input and blocking us to move. We need to make sure the raycast again lifts up from the point here to here. So we need to make sure that at this height, there's some collision object. So I just create a simple cube, gonna reset it, and gonna put this here outside the actual game field. Gonna squeeze it a bit together, and use my V key. Doesn't that work anymore? Oh, I need to go to move, and snap that over here to the side. So when in our ring menu, we can now define how we want the interactability to be seen. So disabled color could be basically alpha 0. So disabled mean interactability is off. So whenever we do this, we don't see the button, like when interactability is deactivated. So we can, or we can just say, okay, we just want to slightly see that with a rather low amount of alpha. We still see there's something, but or maybe half of that. I don't know, something like this. So we can see a difference between those. So if it is interactable, it's brighter, and if it's not interactable, it's lower or less to see. If I now start, I should see that the right button, if everything is correct, the right button should not be this interactable. But as we can see, we forgot to define the obstacle tag. So this cube here, it got hit, but it cannot compare the tag because this one is an untagged object. So we gotta go here and add a new tag to the list and say obstacle. Hopefully you type it right. And then we go to the cube and tell the cube, hey, you're gonna be an obstacle. Let's see if that works. And then the correct button should be not interactable. And that's what we're going to see now. We cannot move to the right now. We can move here and here. You can see every time we move, we update this button after we are done. So it does tell us, hey, you can move here. But if I say I'm going to go here, you see now I cannot move to the left because the ray is going to block the input. We cannot move to the left based on just a physical manner, a physical thing. So we can move here, but we cannot go there. Pretty good and totally awesome. That means we can now put any obstacles in the way, just give it a collider and tell it, hey, you are an obstacle. And also we can make it so that all our, our complete game field gets a border. So we are unable to leave the play field with any of the actual characters. So the size should be 7. And I believe I still need to copy the last line or the first line. 2, 4, 6. Yep. I need to go and copy these tiles here. Because it has to be an uneven game field. And gonna copy that one over here. So the 7 here. Gonna use my V key again and snap. And here it should be 100% correct. I can duplicate this. Snap, bring this to the other side. It's a bit off. So make it correctly here. Gonna duplicate again. Bring anywhere here. Rotate. Control to snap rotate. Bring it outside a bit. Hit the V key and then snap to corner. like this, and Control D again to the other side. I'm glad you are happy with the result so far. And we can also rename all of them being something like walls. A wall. And make them part of something. So these are basically part of environment. So maybe I create an empty and just name this hashtag environment. Which is basically, well, maybe it's also obstacles and something like that. Let me undo this. Let me center or reset this transform to be 0, 0, 0. So if I move something, everything is going to be 100% correct at the spot. So, and yeah, on the playfield itself, let me create another one. Let me name it blocks. Gonna put this also on 0, 0, 0, just reset it. And now I create some cube. 3D cube. I name this one, yeah, I name this block. This is later on going to be anything. And I make it smaller, like in X and Y, maybe 0.8, not 0.5, 0.8. Why is it so flat? Oh, Y is 0. So Y can be 1, and Z needs to be 0.8 as well. Well, that's what I assume. Gonna lift it up a bit. And now I can, you know, snap stack this one to wherever there are blocks. Before I go forward, I'm gonna make them obstacle as well. So I can Control D. It doesn't let me. Control D. Control D. Now I take them all and Control D here and Control D there. Awesome. Save scene. And let's take a look. So in here there would be anything. So we now cannot go up, we cannot go down. As we can see, the block is blocking us. As we can see, the the user interface does not happen to help us here. But we can see it always takes a look if there is a possible way to go left or right or up or down. So again, this is the physical approach, which is the simplest, I guess. But it can also work with an array. So basically an array has a specific number, and we would need to go through the array and see where are we, and is the left and the right and the up and the down, if possible, actually inside this array, are they do they have a special letter like B for block or something? And then we can check based on the array, which is, well, not physical, but probably programmatic wise a bit faster, or program wise. So as we can tell, we can move. We cannot move up and down now. We cannot leave the gameplay space. We cannot go here and here, but we can go wherever we want. Awesome. Pretty good. And yeah, later on we need to just see if the opponent player needs to do, since the camera is probably rotated. I don't know. Like, if I'm this player, I look over in the positive direction of the z-axis of the world, but maybe the other way around, like the other player in the other corner. Like, when I'm this player, I'm gonna look from this side, but maybe if I am this player, I look this way. So basically the camera is rotated around. So we might stick the camera to the player directly, which I assume I have to do. So every player has its own camera. And so it always, and so we can make sure that the user interface, the ring menu, is always in the center. Maybe we're gonna do also something like ring menu disables when not moving at all. Shouldn't be any issue with that, because we know what our ring menu is, or what our buttons actually is. Maybe we keep a ring menu on, but disable the buttons completely. Meanwhile, we are moving. Oh, and when you don't like the speed, by the way, of the movement, you can always go into the move towards goal function and set the walk speed here to be, I don't know, half, maybe to 5 or something. So we can also play some nice animations like walk cycles or something like that. So there is time to do this. And maybe also do some rotations and idle animations. Gonna be something like that. Maybe we don't have the time for that, but we'll see. So I guess grid-based movement plus surroundings check is tackled. What we can do is inside this environment piece for the walls, we can just disable the mesh renderer. So we when we select it, we only see the collider, but as you can see, everything my friend is going to do graphic-wise is visible now because it's not like visually blocked or something. And if there are like whatever these blocks are going to be about, I'm not quite sure yet. Maybe these are going to be, I don't know, walls or whatever, brick walls or something weird. I just don't know. Maybe it's something like trash. Well, all of that is going to be part of what I just need to involve or put in over there later on as being obstacle blockers. So you can see you don't see the walls, but you still see you're unable to move there because the rake has told us, hey, you cannot move into one or the other direction. Simple, awesome, I guess. So movement, grid-based movement tackled, I would say. Now we just need to be able to lay a bomb, I guess. Like we need more inputs. We need to go and make this, like this ring menu needs to be a bit more advanced now. So we can lay a bomb and maybe we're gonna make like breakable objects. Like not like this, like an object, but like yeah, some breakable. And the breakable could be, yeah, could be just anything. Oh, maybe I'm gonna implement some chem shake when something explodes. That might be interesting, at least for the current user side. The opponent might not see this when there's something exploding, which you know, otherwise would have to happen server-wise. But I believe that's not important to tell the server. Lamp posts. What's a lamp post? Let me check what a lamp post is. Lamp post. Oh yeah, yeah, that's looking. Yeah, probably. It could be anything. It could be even I don't know, a bush. Could be a tree. Could be anything. And depending on what the goal is, what it could be even, I don't know, fireplace, right? So you can put in anything. Depends all on the setting. Depends on the theme you want to achieve. And lamppost actually is not a bad idea, since this is what I want to do soon as well. Since we are in a darkish, in a night or pre-night area or a pre-night setting over here, like when it becomes a bit yellowish and darkish and something like that, I want to use a lamp on the character as well, and using some kind of a something. Yeah, street light. Yep, I got it. Thanks. So I later on want to work with projector mapping and something like that, so I do not see what the other opponent does. Like literally like a fog of war. Yeah, mushroom also good idea, especially when you're in a fantasy setting. You could, even if that would be an underwater, just think about it, could be an underwater setting. You kind of put some clamps over there or whatever. Or just, you know, some grass area like sea flowers, whatever that's, whatever, like seaweed or something, which is just, you know, doing some weird or nice movement, right? And you're gonna put your scene in like a sea underwater world, something, you know, have a bit of movement here and there. That's actually not a bad idea as well. And then you can, you can put in anything. No, though, why not? I mean, you can always put a mushroom or anything. It doesn't matter if it's a monster or not. We could also be even further creative and say, okay, one block is maybe not just one field size. We can also say, okay, we're gonna make a 4x4 size here, or a 3x1, like in Pac-Man games, you know. By the way, if you want to learn Pac-Man, I have a course about it. Feel free to join that as well, which is down below in the description. There are a bunch of courses I have released. My latest release was Connect 4. If you want to learn how to create Connect 4 with advanced AI, feel free to join the course. Links are below in the description. What's next? Yeah, again, the Fog of War is something I need to take a look into. Maybe gonna do this a bit later. I want to lay down bombs, right? So, let me make a bomb or something like that. Once again, in prototyping stage, it's important that whenever you do something, make it as simple as possible. So literally, you just use a sphere, reset it. It doesn't have to be a bomb, you know. Later on, it's going to be, the graphics are going to be getting exchanged. So you just do this. A sphere. I'm gonna put a cylinder. Gonna put a cylinder. Where's a cylinder here? 3D object, the cylinder. Shrink down. And bring up a bit. I don't know if that is... Oh, that is okay. Well, it's just for visual, just for simplification. Depending on what your name is going to be, and what your theme. I mean, if it is a Dark Knight scenario, then probably it fits with spooky things. But the aim is to make it a kids-friendly or child-friendly game as well, because they don't want to have like spooky things and stuff like that, right? So. Fantasy is fine, I guess, as long as it's not like any nightmarish scenario, whatever. I don't know. But yeah, mushrooms are good. Could be anything. Could be tree trunks. Could be, well, I'm not quite sure about gravestone or something, but yeah, you get the idea. So gonna name this one bomb. Probably I gonna make another empty. Which is going to be my actual bomb prefab, right? Bomb. Gonna name this maybe bomb sphere. So it doesn't matter. Gonna put this. No, need to undo. Reset this first. So it's under the bomb. So it's placed at the correct spot later on. Apple bomb. Yeah. I could make something with the material here, so let me create one. Even if it's not necessary, but something black shouldn't be shouldn't take too long to perform and create. Maybe gonna make a bit metallic with rather smooth, and just put it on here. Like so. Well, maybe like that. I don't know. We could also go and put something on top here. But I believe when we take a look into the game field, it's more than enough, at least for the moment. So we can also go fancy with design and stuff. But I need to... It's going to be switched out later on anyways. Once I get the first assets for the scenario, everything is going to be good to go. So... what this bomb needs is some kind of a timer asset, which means I need to have something like a text field. So it needs its own world space canvas, blah blah blah, which tells the player how long it takes, how many turns are left before this bomb explode. The question is, do we want this? Do we want the people? Do we want the people to, or the players, like, do we want them to know how long it takes until the bomb is going to go and explode? Do we want, like, how many turns? We were thinking about not letting this one explode before 2 turns happened. And the question is, do we want them? Maybe not. Maybe it's a surprise, like a surprise. Maybe, like, if the opponent would always know how long it takes until this bomb is going to crash down or, you know, go down, there might not be the what shall I say, the effect of a surprise, right? Probably he just makes his turn go here, and in the next turn because he didn't see this, and probably there's also no undo step, so he cannot go back because he has seen the bomb laying there, and he doesn't know how high the flame of the opponent is or how long the flame is, so probably he runs into it. Simple countdown. Well, probably I get rid of the idea. The countdown is going to be just made by, like, negated by the next turn. To talk to the bomb, so the bomb knows, hey, now you have to go and explode. So each round, every bomb is going to see, actually every time the countdown is going down once, it checks if this current bomb, so it checks for its own anyhow. Every time the turn is over, all the bombs in scene or lay down in scene are going to be checked or updated, let's say. Yeah, literally a move ticks down, that's right, but that depends on, since it's a turn-based thing, you do one turn, like, or one move. And you have to do a move. Like, when you lay this one down, you can literally stay there. This is probably, I don't know, like, you can only do one thing at a time, but except you're gonna have like 2 bombs. Then you can do maybe one, then you do a move, and then you can lay a second one. If you have, you know, dropped one or found a second one, then you can put a second one. And then when you cannot do anything anymore, but you have to do at least one action each time or every time, well, then your turn is over. So this one would tick down one move, but this one would not tick down one move. And the question is that better? Or, yeah, actually, it's an idea. It's an idea we could follow. I'm gonna do a small break. I'm back in about 2 or 3 minutes, I guess. Yeah, I had to have a call with my companion. We needed to talk about some things. That's why I'm moving sometimes the mouse, but not talk actively over here, because we need to make sure that we are on the same track. So he's thinking about something, like, so we don't get away from the actual initial concepts. And also, I was asking him about visualizing a count on the bomb or not. He said no, because it's ruining the strategic factor. And at the same time, I was also asking him, how about the secondary ring menu, like switching between current moves and or moving or laying bomb and something like that. So in the end, we were thinking about why not make a button like in the center of the actual current ring menu, which may or may not be over the actual character. And once pressed, we're gonna lay down the bomb. So we integrate a bomb symbol or bomb button inside the existing menu. And when we cannot lay a bomb, then we make this like not interactable anymore, like when we have used all the bombs, as an example. So same scenario, I might go and put this one in here. I don't know about tinting and stuff, and colors, not so important. Just simple shapes as usual. And I can integrate this now directly inside the complete ring menu over here, and have my own click event sitting on this bomb laying stuff as well. So it's all one thing. We were also thinking about we might go and make a button like form an extra shape, or being like integrated as a full ring in the menu. So there are a bunch of possibilities we got here design wise. We don't want to overwhelm people with too much of this ring menu. This is kind of huge already, but still okayish, I would say. It depends always on how you think and how you see different scenarios. So in play mode later on, when we don't have a turn, when we as a player don't have a turn, then we don't see the ring menu. So this is basically showing us, or giving us the visual representation of who has the online turn, and who has not. If you would go for a normal AI versus normal player stuff, then you don't really need this, but you need to deactivate the things as well. But you could do the same thing, actually. So I'm gonna go pretty quick in the kitchen, and we'll be back in about some minutes. Okay, so meanwhile showing this to my partner over here, I just stumbled upon some issues. First issue is if I click them buttons too quick, like when you move quick up, you get off track, or I get off track. So I need to protect move player to be called whenever we are already or still moving. We don't want to get another move input. I mean, we can try to, but we should exit out before when there's a current move already running. So what I want to do is I want to protect it with a boolean. So bool is moving. Oh. So we are not moving at the start, so we are not moving at all. So we just use that as a protection inside the coroutine. And how does that work? We're gonna say if is moving, like we are doing a move already, we're gonna break out of here. We just say yield the break. So we don't, by mistake, by too quick clicking, by mistake, we don't go into this coroutine if we are moving already. Once we are, meanwhile we are not moving, we're gonna set is moving to be equal to true. So we know, okay, we just bypassed this test and we make sure that we are currently moving. Once we're done with moving and after we have checked all the possible moves at the very end, we're gonna set is moving back to be equal to false. So it doesn't matter how long this turn take. We want to make sure that we cannot do multiple moves at the same time. And we just hit save now. So now we are unable to leave, or we are unable to do literally two moves at the same time, which happened before. That's why I got off screen. Meanwhile, I was testing this one out. So once again, later on the multiplayer thing, I might go and need to return that to be looking in the opposite direction. Like we need to negate here or make this one a negative right or just a left or whatever, based on who is the current player and where is the player at the moment, because I need to rotate the player by 90 degrees so the camera is literally looking in the opposite direction whenever we spawn them characters. We gotta get there whenever we are done with that. So currently, we're gonna have another ring menu to be pressed. Is we wanna lay down a bomb, and a bomb needs to have something a counter, as already explained, to count down. In which way ever we are counting down this bomb. You followed pretty good, so keep that in mind. Like coroutines can run multiple times at the same time, and that's why you need to protect them. Like especially when it comes to moving, or like especially when it comes to grid-based movement, literally. So we need a public void lay bomb button, and so lay bomb. This is basically just calling it. If it really gets laid down on the ground, we don't know, because the bomb knows better or the player knows better. We need to fiddle out that stuff in a moment as well, because the player or the game manager, whoever, needs to take care or needs to take care of or keep track on who has the turn and how much of the bombs have been laid and how much bombs he is able to lay down. So the game manager is the one which is going to sit in the center on each device, literally, and needs to get updated accordingly. Like when there is a pickup happening or when there is whatever happening, then we're gonna need to understand, or the game manager needs to say, hey, you got no bombs left. And once we switch turn, we want to update the next player and tell them, hey, you get your whatever your bomb pool is, get refreshed. Same for the move pool. And of course, when there's nothing possible, no possible move anymore, like you cannot lay a bomb, you cannot move anyways, then you should switch the turn. And probably we're gonna make a timer, so after 30 seconds, if you're not done or something, but you have to do at least one move, so it's a bit tricky later on. I don't want this to be inside a bomb, I guess. So maybe I gotta put this somewhere else. Like, I don't want the move to be notified, but well, basically move should only be, you know, part of move. So literally, each of the players. Good question. Each of the players should maybe have information about itself, maybe like bombs late or bombs available. Also, the player needs to know what to instantiate, like when we press the button that he instantiates a bomb prefab later on. Also, we might want to keep track of all the bombs inside the player, and later on we can maybe say in Game Manager, we just tell the Game Manager, hey, here is player 1 and here is player 2, and these are the corresponding scripts, so probably gonna make it this way. I don't know, I may change my mind later. So I need a player script. Each player is going to have its own, which keeps track of, once again, a laydown, like a list of laid down bombs probably, so we can loop through all of them to make them explode when the timer is out. So, or whenever the turn is changing, we need to update the bomb. So we need to keep track of each bomb inside each player. So in that case, I go and take this current player and, you know, just drag it in here. Once again, about the move buttons, I'm not 100% sure if I want it this way. Since we need to probably, we need to instantiate the player. So I'm not quite sure about this, and we will get there, I guess. This is an issue we need to fix later when it comes to multiplayer. So we're gonna give it a player, and the player can have literally a bunch of information. We need the online playability stuff, like whenever we are connected to a database, yada yada. Or actually not a database, but just a simple multiplayer room. We need to pass over the ID of the player, so probably we're gonna start with that. Int player ID. Sorry. And maybe later a photon player. Maybe, I'm not quite sure. Player. It's also called player. I'm gonna just command it out here, photon player. I'm not quite sure if we need it, but I just put it in here. That's for later purposes, for later things. So with the ID, we know this is the ID we get from the server. If we are number 1 or number 2, we later on need to go and involve all the other things. So in here, in the player itself, we need a public game object bomb prefab. So prefabs can be connected and should also stay inside. Oh, well, that's what I hope. We'll see. Yeah, a prefab should be there. Should stay connected to a prefab. A prefab should stay connected to a prefab because they are both literally in the resources area somewhere. So to lay the bomb, we need to call a function, public void, place bomb or something. And what we need to do is basically we take the transform of the current object, that's the position, like the transform of the current player. And this is going to be like, as I said, on 0, 0, 0, or basically on a Z0 axis or Y. I know in this case the Y axis 0 down on the ground. So when we want to lift up that, we can easily without any issues. And I can also get rid of the tiles later on there just for the representation. But we need to know where we are. And at this point, once we're gonna call this from the bottom, we just connect to inside the ring menu as well. So we need to hook up the player to ring menu later on as well, so we know which is the player as well as its corresponding transform. Like if we have another one and we press that one button, then we need to know that this one is the button for this one particular player. Again, about the connectivity or connection stuff later on, I'm not quite sure. We could also not spawn the players. We can prepare, or we could prepare the players as they have to start. I will think about it. So basically, we have a scene in which both players are able to act already. So we can, and they share the same buttons. Well, why not? Why not? They don't have anything to do with each other, but this way we might get a better track. We might keep track better. We need a bomb, a drop list. So it's just no, not a. Let's do it a bit different. I'm gonna create another script pretty quick, and I call this one bomb, B-O-M-B, or whatever. Let the compiler run. And in the list, we can tell the type is going to be bomb. Once compiled, we should be able to pass in bomb here. And this is going to be our bomb list. It's easier to keep track of, so we don't need to iterate through all the objects, get the bomb component, yada, yada, yada. We can get this and add this directly when we create a bomb. And then we can iterate through the bomb list easier because we got an access point later on this way. So we need to initialize that as usual. Otherwise, we need to do this on start. But when we do this directly, we don't have to do this in start. So the player does not need to go and initialize the bomb list in start. So we have that already. Once we place the bomb, we're gonna say, and here we need to have the network placement later. It's going to be just a bit different. So we need to create a new game object. B is equal to instantiate. What do we want to instantiate? The bomb prefab. Where do we want to put this transform.position? What is the rotation quaternion dot identity? And that's it. Probably we need to cast this back into a game object since this is type object. So instantiates an object, not a game object. So we can say as game object. Maybe it's not needed, but we don't know. Why do we need to make it inside a game object is because we need to grab now the bomb script directly on the current bomb. So how do we add it? We can say now we want to add the bomb script sitting on the current bomb prefab into the bomb list. So bomb script or bomb list.add. And now we want to say b.getComponent of type bomb. Close triangle brackets and curly brace. No curly brace, but normal parentheses. And now we can add from the currently instantiated game object. We're going to be able to add the bomb to the bomb list, like the bomb script which is sitting on this game object. So we can easier keep track of, and later on when we iterate through them, once again by placing, we need to make the network placement later on by using the photon instantiate stuff. I guess. No, not I guess, I believe. Like 99%. So the other player also sees that there has been an instantiation at a point. Once we got this into the list, welcome back, Talisman. Thanks a lot back for tuning in. Hope you got the audio back. Now we have added this one and we have placed a bomb at transform position, so where the player is, or the player main object is. And we have this one into the list, so we can, once again, later on easier iterate through each player and say, hey, go through this playlist or to this bomb list and tick them all down. And if ticked down, we can make them explode. To do so, since we need to access this from outside, we need to say public. It's of type void, since it doesn't return anything, I guess. Update a bomb list. And we may need to get some information back from the bomb if it has been destroyed or not. And if that's the case, or if it would be destroyed. So we may request a destruction, and then we need to also update the photon, so the network, literally when a bomb gets destroyed, as well as all the destroyed tiles later on. But we'll get there, I hope. The networking thing is going to be pretty heavy, I believe, later on. So I hope I get it right later. So we got this. We now can, by using lay bomb, we could say, hey, who is the player who has laid this one? So basically we pass over player. Maybe I should rename this, because again, the player class is based on photon later on as well. Let me name this one human player. I don't know, something different than player. And I'm gonna rename this one here as well, human player. So both again have to be renamed accordingly. So this one has to be the same name as this one. So in here I can pass over, at least for the moment, a human player. Human pose. It doesn't like my my naming convention yet, it seems. Can I just update this? Nope. I guess it was just not compiled. Human player, my player. Human player. I don't know. I just restart the script pretty quick and see if there's any issue. I bet it's just a compilation thing. Metadata for player cannot be found, so it's get deleted, which is okay, fine, no issues. That's why. Player ID, yeah, probably it's a player ID. Just name it different, because again, Photon later on gets a player class, which we would have to rename this anyways later on. So we don't get any weirdo crap. So I don't know why I can't save here, but let me do this. I open this and now everything is good to go. When we set the bomb button, or when we set the button, we can also pass in the player, but the move does not know about the player. So we're gonna go and copy this function here. It's going to have the same name, but it takes a different input. It takes the input human player here, like the type. And here we name it just player with underscore. I just do this. And in here, we're gonna say my player is equal to underscore player. So the buttons are going to get set, like the move buttons get a different input than the set buttons or the button for the bomb, or actually for the player. So we need to differentiate that, but we can name the functions the same way. As you can see, they just need to, or they just will have different arguments. You can also stack arguments, like multiple one in one line here. Then you have another one which is also different, and so on. So yeah, sometimes the API is really picky. We don't like picky ones, do we? So when we lay down the bomb, we can now take a look and actually talk to my player. So we make my player. I don't know if we go and talk to the ring menu from the player. Well, yeah, we should. And then we're gonna have something like place bomb. And that's basically it. So this is going to be called from bomb button. I don't have this one yet, but we'll put it in. And this one here is, you know, called from any move button. If you don't remember what you have written before, just comment things out so you later on know where to look for, where does it get called from, and so on, because that sometimes can be tricky. So we can now place the bomb at the current point by pressing the bomb button, which is fine. And we're gonna go and add it to the bomb list. If you want to, you can serialize that bomb list, or you can, but then you need to make sure that bomb is a serializable serialized object, I guess. And in bomb itself, we don't need those. But we need to have something like an int, you know, you can name it ticker or whatever. We're gonna start at 0. Oh yeah, streaming can be interrupted. That's normal. I mean, I cannot do anything against this because sometimes my internet might be too full with other things, like I'm listening to music, I'm connected to Discord, I'm connected to blah blah blah, so and to Skype and so on and so forth. So yes, it gets it loses sometimes connection, but I still hope it works anyhow. So in bomb, I'm gonna go and create a new public void update ticker. So whenever we later on update all the bombs, we want to call update ticker on each iteration. So we literally say ticker minus minus, and then we can do the check. Something like if ticker is equal to 0, whenever that ticks down for whatever reason. We can also, instead of update ticker, we might go and name this reduce ticker. Ticker minus minus, if ticker is 0, then we want to do destroy. So gonna put I believe I need to outsource the destroy function, because this is I'm not quite sure. This can be that this one needs to be updated on each bomb. Not quite sure. Maybe I need to later on rip it apart. So each bomb gets updated and talks over network and tell, hey, I'm done, I'm gone, I'm destroyed. So please update me that I'm not here anymore, or update the other player to let him know that the bomb is not existing anymore. So I'm gonna name this maybe network destroy. I'm not quite sure if there's a special call for this. We'll get there. But for the moment, I just say destroy a game object, right? So we just want to make sure that this game object gets destroyed. You can also say this. Basically, both should work. I hope, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I have to. Because I need them all. I also have a bunch of browser of Windows opening, blah blah blah. So whenever we update all the bombs, whenever we want to update the bomb list, we want to iterate through them so that we can use for or for each loop. Let me use a for each loop. The type is going to be bomb type, B-O-M-B. Oh no, oh yes. I'm gonna name this one B, And the collection we loop through is the bump list. Bump list. And in each bump list, which actually knows about the scripts, is we want to call a b.update. No, what did I name it? b.reduce ticker. This one. And so this gets updated accordingly. And if we gonna reduce something, we might need to talk back if a bump has been destroyed. So the bump list, gets updated accordingly. So we don't really want to destroy it here. We better go and do this in the human player. So instead of us destroying it here, I just comment it out for a moment. We want to report back. And literally we can do this like directly inside this for loop. Like maybe this returns a true or false. Let's assume this is going to be a boolean. And we call the boolean and say, here we just return true. Return true. And instead of naming it maybe reduce ticker, we maybe name it destroy bomb. So it is naming convention wise maybe a bit more correct. So if the ticker is 0, then we return true and say this bomb should be destroyed. Oh, there's a typo. Otherwise we can return false at the very end because the if statement did not trigger it. So we don't really do this inside bomb, but in human player. So in here, we can make a different call. And based on that, we're going to destroy it and take the bomb away outside of the list. We can get rid of the game object and update the list accordingly. So we remove it from the list. And maybe we need to pass back something. No, we don't, since we got B over here. So let me do this as simple as possible. If b.update, no, what did I name it? .destroy bomb. If that returns true, then we can say b.game object. Then we cannot use a for each loop. Then we should be able to say destroy a b.game object, basically. And before we do that, we need to say bump list dot remove. And then we need to say we want to remove b first from the b list. The downside is in a for each loop, whenever we loop through with a for each loop and we are changing the loop, the for each loop, or the actual list we are looping through, the collection we are currently listing or looping through, when we change the listing, for each literally crashes. It doesn't make what it should and gives you issues. So instead of using a for each, because we are changing with that call, we are changing the actual loop or the actual collection, we cannot use the for each. So it's probably better to do a recursive for loop for this to loop through. So in that case, we say for int I equal 0. So I'm gonna change I. Actually, let's take I. The length is going to be it doesn't have to be, since it's not really a timer. I mean, if it is a live timer, you can use smaller equals 0. That's okay-ish, but probably you don't need to. So recursive for loop works. We're gonna take the maximum length of the bump list -1. So bump list.count -1. Meanwhile, I is bigger or equals 0. So I is going to be the index or inside bump list.count -1. we negate, we decrement I. So I, once again, is the index. Now I'm going to take this part and bring this in here, get rid of that. So now we're going to need to say if, and now we need to do this a bit different here. So we need to say if bomb list in square brackets I. So we're going to talk to the part directly, dot destroy a bomb. If that returns true, then we're gonna say we wanna remove not B as an item, we wanna literally remove, well, we can remove at index. So we can say remove at. And then we're gonna put any index, and the index we want to remove is index I. And then we wanna destroy the object. And now the fun part is we cannot directly do this. Wait, we can do so. No, we can't, because we don't know what I is anymore, because it's gone already. So we need to catch bomb. We need to catch it first. So I'm gonna catch the bomb. So, I'm gonna say bomb B equals bomb list in square brackets I. Then we can use B. So now we want to remove B here. Oh no, it's an index. It's still an index. So we remove I. So we catch it first, remove it from the list, and then destroy the game object. We need to do this at the very last, always. That looks correct. And each ticker on a bomb maybe starts at 2 or 1. So every time we reduce ticker because we made it a turn, we just call that a boolean and do. Now we need to return back to the human player and call update bomb. What do we want to call? No, we don't need to return that. That's automatically done by the human player. So every time we call update the bomb list, like because we have done a turn, we're gonna call destroy bomb, which ticks down once every iteration or every time we do something, and then it returns true or false back to human player because we call it here per each bomb, per any bomb, and then we are done with that. Now we just need to fiddle out how do we talk to update bomb list. Yeah. So we have multiple possibilities. We can test it out by taking a move or making a move. And every time we are done with a move, like after we are done with that, we can say, okay, update every bomb if there is any, right? So basically after every move we can do this after we have laid down a bomb. Okay, I save all of them and I need to create a button first, or actually export it of this one here. I just take this. For the moment, I may go and make a more beautiful one. Like with, I don't know, but probably I will never come back. I'll never come back to this because maybe I don't have the time later on. I don't know. So export PNG. I'm gonna make this a 512 by 512 just in case. I just make it a bit bigger. At 265 by 265 should be okay as well. At 256, I mean. Yeah, catch the bomb. Yeah, good luck. You don't know how long it takes until it bombs down because you don't know the ticker. Gonna export it into my, where's my folder? Material sprites, this one. It's gonna be the bomb button. Save. And hit export. Oh, the player needs to know something else. The player needs to know how many bombs he can actually lay down. So int bomb amount. And something like int max bomb amount. Because we can pick up later on bombs as we go. We wanna increase the amount probably. Whenever we pick it up, we need to take a look who picked it up. That's going to be another interesting piece I haven't touched yet. We don't need to update everybody about my pickup, but we need to tell how much have been laid down. So the opposite, the other player does not know how many bombs we got. And it's not necessary information. It's just a local necessary information. So the game gets fluid enough. So this one is literally done so far. I'm gonna close it. We're gonna take a look here in a moment as well. Let me put the button. So we got the canvas in the ring menu holder. I'm gonna go and put a no image. That's actually not a bad size. Probably that's what I gonna go and keep as is. Maybe a bit more. So let me put the sprite. Needs to be a sprite first. Bloop. And I'm gonna make it read write as well, so we don't have any issues later on by hitting the button, or maybe there are some other ones. Maybe it's not really necessary. I don't know. Apply the changes. And put that. Maybe a bit too small. Let's see when we go. Let's see when we go full screen. I don't know. We're gonna make a bit more. Just a tiny bit. I don't want this to be too huge. Should not be bigger than 130, 120 from 130. So when we, for example, would put this onto mobile, on a mobile device, as an example, there are possibilities to do that, then you just want to be still able to touch this. Do I get tired? Well, usually I work until midnight, and currently it's like 9 p.m. over here almost. So I have like 3 hours left at least. What do we need? We need a ring button. And we need a button. Hey, not this one. Remove. We need a normal button. Yup. So we can touch that thing. We need to... I'm not quite sure about the alpha. Oh, maybe we keep it as is, at least for the moment. Highlight it. I don't know. Cannot test this, and can I test this anyhow in runtime? Doesn't seem so. Doesn't matter. On click event, we're gonna put ourselves ring and lay bomb. This is what we want to call. I'm gonna rename the image to not be image, but bomb button, like this. So later on, it's not going to be a bomb, but it's the most obvious at the moment to be placed over here, I guess. So, what else? Well, the player, the human player, needs to update or needs to tell. Yep, the human player needs to tell the button that he is the one who sent the information over. So the button, when pressed, can talk back and say, hey, here, this is your bomb at your position. So we need to go and do the same thing as we did with the other buttons. So and also when we don't have enough possible ones or not enough left, then we want to make this not interactable anymore. So we can move, but that's it. So not public, but void start. So at start we want to initialize that. We want to set the button, and so we need to have a connection to the button. So public. At least for the moment. Public void a button. Button. Not void. Damn it. Public button. We need a Unity using Unity engine.ui button. And that's going to be my bomb button. Gonna put a header. Bomb button or just buttons. Maybe there are going to be more. And at start we want to initialize or call bomb button dot ring dot get component dot game object dot get component of type ring menu button. Then we want to set button, and now we should have two options. We got move and we got human player. We need to use human player, so we just say this. Because this script is or this class literally is of type human player. So now the button knows we are here. This is our bomb. So don't place it anywhere. Place it where we are. And when we do so, we call place bomb. Update this. We don't update the bomb list yet, but we'll get there as well. For the moment, we just want to see if we are able to, by using the lay bomb button, to place it where the player is, the corresponding player. So this is the actual thing. So and on the bomb again, we just have destroy bomb, at least for the moment. So we don't need to touch that, at least for the moment as well. Let's test. We of course need to fill the information inside the player. So as you can see, there's a missing monoscript because I was just renaming this. So we need to pass in human player. Now we need to have a bomb button connected, which I just drag in from the ring menu holder. Then we got the bomb prefab, and I don't have a prefab yet. So I go to assets, create new folder, and name this one prefabs. Prefabs. There are going to be more things happening in the prefabs because we need to spawn them things we can, bomb away. So we open the road for and get the possibility to get drops to be picked up and so on. In this prefabs folder, I'm gonna take this bomb here, just drag it in, and boom, done. 3D model, transform, and what do we need? We need a bomb script on it as well, just in case, because otherwise we'll get a no reference exception. So we go to scripts and put bomb onto the bomb. I opened by double clicking the actual prefab, so I can put it directly over here. Fun part. Why do I have two bomb spheres? Let me disable this. Pretty strange. I get rid of one. I don't know what happened. So we have one cylinder, one sphere, one empty game object, which sits at the bottom over here. Should be it. And I just by mistake copied it or something. So get rid of the bomb outside of the screen and hit play and see if something. Oh wait, it can't happen. It doesn't work. And you probably know why. The player needs the bomb prefab. So we just put it in here. Save the scene. Control S, quick save. And let's see if we can lay down a bomb of 5 or 100. So I press this button and go away. And as you can see, there's my bomb. I lay down another one. And I lay down another one. And I lay down another one. Awesome. So I can now decide where to place one. Every time I'm gonna put one. Now we have an issue. Actually, we do have multiple issues with these bombs. Issue number 1 is we can go back where the bomb is, and we want to avoid that. So we want to make sure that the bomb gets the obstacle tag. Probably I'm not able to move anywhere when I'm sitting on a bomb. Let's see, I place one. I place one. Okay. But still, as we can see, I can still move. Even with a tagged obstacle or a tagged bomb. Why is that? Well, the bomb object itself does not have any collision object. So the easiest one is just put on a, a cube collider, or what is it called, a box collider. You can also take any other, but box is the simplest one. And now we just got it over there, but it's not at the correct spot. Let's drag one bomb inside scene, where it has Bane actually. And now we can see the bomb collider is sitting on the bottom of the bomb, and probably the raycast is going over it. The bomb itself, like these two, do have colliders, so basically we can get rid of them. But what we want to do is we want to update the bomb collider so that it does make sense. You don't have to be super precise, but at least so that there cannot be any issue by hitting it. Huge enough. Now what we want to do is we're going to go override and apply all, so the box collider gets stored. And if you want to go for an I double click this pretty quick and go into the bomb sphere, I want to get rid of the sphere collider because it's not necessary. Remove. And same for cylinder, I remove this as well. These are just unused component even in my setting over here. Now we can get rid of it. And we are good to go. Let's try again if we can now bypass the actual bomb with its own collider on the main object. I'm gonna lay a bomb, go here, and now you can see I cannot go back to the right because there is the bomb laying around here. I can go here, but I cannot go over the bomb anymore. So I need to go and find another way. And this is what we need. So we can lay down a bomb. We can still do the movements when we lay the bomb, because after we lay that, we don't go and check if we could move or not. If we would do the check right now, we would have an intersection with the raycasts, and we probably would never be able to move again. So you don't want to check if you can move after you have laid down a bomb. That's what we do, and that's why we avoid, or how we can avoid now going through the bombs or through the downside. About the quick clicking, if I click now here pretty quick 5 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're gonna see it only is able to move 3 steps. Why is that? Because we were clamping the movement using the I enumerator, the boolean, to protect the movement, so we don't get off screen by mistake. By clicking super quick over here, it doesn't really care about it. So once it runs, it doesn't run twice. That was absolutely phenomenal and useful. Now, however you want to take this one down, or I don't know, I'm gonna do this per turn. So every time we switch turn, we update both players' bombs, which we don't have at the moment. So we can lay it down. What we could test. No, what we need to test is, we need to, based on the size of flames we got, we need the bombs to create some kind of fire, flamey something, smoke, whatever, or just a flame, to see how long the flame is and does it get recognized or not. And of course, we need to, whenever there is flame, that we check for obstacles to be destroyed. So in that case, the flame length of a bomb is determined by a raycast. So we shoot a raycast in all directions. If there's an obstacle, then we don't do a flame in this particular case, or we do this until we reach or hit an obstacle, and then we need to do some whatever to show the actual flame over here. I'm gonna check for some images because, well, in 2D, it's probably, depending on the direction, we can change or rotate sprites. And the last sprite in the list is going to be like the end of the flame. But in 3D, it's probably different. So we might need to go and think about it, at least with these explosions. I mean, we could also just, you know, create objects, and later on just exchange them objects with particle effects or something. So basically empty objects but with particles, something like that. Well, at least it's a possibility, I would say. I just don't know if that makes sense. So let's see. If I find some images. I don't know. I believe we can just use anything, literally, and I don't go too deep in this one right now, since probably I would need to create two different particles and then rotate them into the bomb direction. So a bomb itself is going to go and iterate through each of them directions multiple times, depending on the ray length, as I said, and creates a prefab like an explosion at this particular point, as an example. But what we can also do is we can use a mesh or 3D objects or multiple 3D objects, which are literally looking like a flame with a pointing direction. I just don't know if I want this. Because it's some extra work. So if I have a bomb here and I have a size of 1, then I can do something like this to be, and of course here, probably we need to go until the field here. So we need to put the flame here once again, this is 3D, so it's going to be rounded. And in the middle here, we need to have something like this. So in general, so this one would be another one. And then we're gonna have the same thing here and the same thing here. And here we don't really have this, so usually it would just be that without this. And this is just too complex. Have a good one. Talk to you later, Talisman. So, and instead of doing this way, I just don't have the time to create all the models for that right now and to calculate all the possibilities to do that, because in here we only have like this way. Here we would have only this way, and you know, when we are on a crossing, then we have like 4 ways. I want to go avoid this, so I make some, let's say, some particles which are just on spot, which may look a bit cool. Maybe some bigger explosion thingy wingy over here. Maybe I use one I just got. Just initialize that on each of them fields. I don't know how to make a beautiful flame, like upwards flame. I could do something like a smoke or an explosion inside out, like inwards to outwards explosion. I could just fill a box, like so everything is on the flames. Good question. How could I prototype this? Well, I could just use some circles, right? And create some ultra simple dot-based explosion. And of course we need to have some collider on this later on as well to see what we hit. Or do we? Good idea. Good question. Let's try. I have no idea. If I do it like smoky upwards, or do I just do bam, like inside out? So like huge blast, or just small poof? I don't know. Explosion. Let me name it fx underscore explosion. I usually create empties because it's easier to place them and put the particle on top as an extra game object, so we can lift it up as any time we need. And this one is the place we will instantiate this. So the bomb gets instantiated there, so the explosion does. Let's see if I can add a particle as is. It should be somewhere under effects, particle system. It should be its own thing. I don't know. A boom? I don't know how to call this. So we need quick, small, but effective boom. So first I would go and just keep it as is. Instead of having a speed, I would speed down to 0. Let's see where speed is over here. So it's going to get created on spot, like so. And we can see the shape is not literally not correct. Usually you want to make a shape like a sphere. And of course you want to reduce the actual size, the radius, so I'm gonna make 0.8 or something. No, 0.4. It's the radius, it's not the... Okay, so what we now can do is with boom, we can lift it up by half, 0.5 in Y. So we got the boom bubble on field. And if we have 2 next to each other, it probably looks good enough. We'll see. So what we can do is we can make them come and emit from the center and go outside or flow up. like poof or poof poof, I don't know. And we can always go and add little Deborah parts if we want. Maybe 4 is a bit too huge. Radius thickness, what is that? Let me make this 1 to 0 just in case. Okay, that's I don't know what that is. Mode random, that's fine. Texture, texture is not important at the moment. We just stay with that. And maybe it is. Maybe we make it start color or color over lifetime. Let's see where that is. Color over lifetime. We can use any kind of a gradient for that, which is cool. So at the very start, we maybe want to have the bright white or a bright yellow tone, super brightish. And at the end, we may go like over here, we put a new flag. Maybe change this to something orangish. And at the very end, we're gonna maybe make it darkish something. Maybe, I don't know if that makes any sense. And I want to make it like a blast. So the emission type is not like rate over time. It is like a it's called a burst. So we're gonna add a burst. I'm gonna rate over time. I'm gonna 0 this one out. Lifetime is like 0.5, maybe. And duration is going to be 0.5 as well. Let me duration 1 so you're gonna see a gap. That's good. And now I might go for velocity over lifetime and give it a upwards velocity. Hi Ferry, thanks a lot for tuning in. We can make this local space and maybe a linear upwards movement by 1. Maybe it's a bit too much. Maybe by 0.2. Maybe you're gonna reduce the particle size over lifetime. So there's a size over lifetime here. Currently, as you can see, it grows and becomes bigger. We want to do the opposite. We want this to be huge at the beginning and then go down. Maybe I'm gonna go and give it more like roundish. And maybe with that, I could even go and put some noise. But that looks okay so far, I guess. So, and when we're gonna go for some deborahs, we're gonna need to create another particle effect on top. Literally with the same things. Let me duplicate. Boom. And I named this Deborah. It's not really a Deborah, but it's more like a spark or something. And what I want to do with that is I want to push this outwards. Let me disable this one pretty quick. So I only see the Deborah's part in scene, so I'm going to use the eye symbol. I get rid of the velocity over lifetime, since I want to do like a 360 moving outwards. Color over lifetime might stay. Size over lifetime. Size over lifetime. I don't know about size over lifetime. Yeah, probably we're gonna do the same thing. But in renderer, we should be able to go and use stretch billboard. And it doesn't give me the effect I want to. Since what was that? That force. Gravity modifier, stimulation, speed. I don't remember where it was. It's like where it pushes the debris outside, like also like a burst, but in random directions. Oh, probably that's rotation? No. Force? Force over lifetime. I don't remember. So long ago. Collision, not needed. Triggers. I guess it was something here in the emission tab, like when it comes to speed, when you say something like 2. Oh, there you go. That looks correct. Maybe speed is a bit too much. And now we should be able to use stretch billboard. Why is it inverse? We need to have the boom first. So I guess the debris here, the debris emission needs to start a bit later. So maybe that's why it looks a bit weird. So I go to emission and say, here, start time to 0.1 or something. Point 1. No, it seems to be too slow. What's the issue with that? Is it about the speed? Oh no, it's the size. I see. It's the size of a lifetime is the issue. So the start size just need to be rather small, I guess. Where's the start size? There we go. So when both explode at the same time, why is one slower than the other? We'll see in a moment, I guess. So I'm gonna scale this one a bit. Not too shabby, and now a bit more speed. Size was okay, speed. Color over lifetime. I don't know. Maybe it's okay, maybe it's not. Can I just stop on both and play? I guess the boom does not need to resize. And so we can go with some more bright up debris. So I get rid of color over lifetime. And pick start color. Could also randomize that. Oh, not too bad. So gonna restart them both just to see. Maybe the debris and the boom need to change render order. Gonna stop them again, play again. I don't like the boom color at the end. I mean, without anything, it looks cool, but maybe I gonna go and change color over lifetime. Like going down with the alpha at the very end. Not quite sure about the distancing here. Need to do the same probably in here. Getting rid of this. Reducing alpha at the very end. At least for the moment, that should be fine. We got a little smack. Okay, I'm gonna go and create a prefab out of the FX explosion, as it is, at least for the moment. So probably later on, I'm gonna update on this or just create a new one. I don't know. So whenever the bomb gets destroyed, we need to have the reach size of the bomb as well as the possibility to emit the flames. And now the question is, who is doing that? Is the bomb doing it itself because it knows its information? Or do we tell the human player? Because in human player, we destroy the bomb stuff. But do we initialize or instantiate the actual flames? Currently, we don't. So probably we're gonna do that in here as well. So everything about the bombs. Let me just make it a bit different here. We're gonna have a bomb button, a bomb prefab, a bomb list. These are the things we need for the bombs, and we may need a bomb or like the explosion. So game object explosion. And whenever we do this, we're gonna need to fiddle the range, and the range of the, like, we got a bump amount, but we also have to have, as a player, the player knows that the bomb range, which is going to change every now and then. So to get it correct, public void, doesn't have to be public. I'm gonna create a new function for checking or for creating the flames based on the length, which is the bomb range. Maybe plus a something. No, actually not really needed as a plus of a something. We need to call it from here before we destroy it. Really over here, we need to create the actual explosions before we remove it from the list and before we're going to go and destroy the object. So create explosions. So for all them explosions, I want to go and shoot a ray cast in all directions and see what's there. If there's an obstacle, I don't want to instantiate anything and just skip that turn. So the best way to do this is, as long as we know where it is, and we know this because we have B over here, we need to pass in B, or we need to pass in the start point being a vector. So we're gonna say vector 3 start, or actually it's a bomb position. Bomb position. So, and from there we want to shoot rays in 4 directions in the length of the actual length, yeah, in the length of the amount of things, you know. So what we can do is we can use a coroutine and create the check for with the raycast into all 3 directions separately from the current point, and see first off see if there's a hit. If there's no hit, well, then don't create anything, and if there is a hit, we need to see what is there, what is at the point of the hit. So if there is a destroyable object, then we're gonna be able to destroy it, and if there's nothing, then we don't do anything. So let's see. We don't have to. Oh, it might be better. So it looks like we're gonna create a flame, then a flame, then a flame, so we can put a delay. So maybe yes, maybe we're gonna create a coroutine for that, i.e. numerator. Create explosion in direction. Let's say in direction. The direction is going to be any vector, left, right, up, down. Direction. I'm gonna, just in case, I'm gonna make it underscore direction. So now we want to go and do. We need to create a one has to be where the bomb is, and then there have to be from this point to the left, to the right, up and down, based on the index, based on the length of the maximum amount of flames. So if the bomb range is equal to 1, then this is what we're gonna do. If we have a bomb range of 2 or 3 or 5, then we need to go and iterate through that numbers with a for each loop. With a for loop actually. So I is going to be our index. The length is going to be the bomb range. No, not prefab, range, bomb range. So the higher bomb range is, the better. So we're gonna have this. At the very end, I'm gonna wait a bit, maybe like a super small amount of time. So yield return new, wait for a second before we go into the next iteration, literally. um 0.05 f or something, or 0.01. Oh, maybe 5. I don't know. I don't know if that is actually visible for the other player later on when it comes to networking, but we'll see. So at least we yield inside this coroutine, which is good. Now we need a raycast hit as usual. Raycast hit. And we need to have a ray. Ray equal to new ray. Now we need to initialize where is the direction where we want to go to and from and so on. So what we can do is we can define again a length. We can check out through different layer masks, or we just keep it as is and check for specific collision objects. So one is once again is an obstacle, one is probably not, or maybe we're gonna check for something different. And this is something we need to take care of later. Also when it comes to movement, because maybe it's easier or better to use a to use a layer mask. No idea yet. Where do we want to start from? So we need to, again, we need to bomb position, probably we need to do two things. We need to know where we start from. Bomb. Actually, it's a vector 3 as well. Vector 3 bomb position. So we know this from here. Whenever we create a thing, then we know here this is the bomb position. This is where we want to start from. And in this function, we call this coroutine multiple times, like 4 times in total, and it's going to do the rest. So we need to know where we're gonna have to start from. So what we need is we need an initial instantiation. Oh, we need to do this network-wise. Network instantiation, so everybody sees it. Network instantiation later. For the moment, we're going to say something like GObject EX for explosion is equal to instantiate the explosion prefab. Yep. Let me rename it explosion prefab so I exactly know what it is. Copy. We want to instantiate the explosion prefab at which position? At vector 3. No, at what is it called? At bomb position. Oh, what the heck? I just wanted you. At bomb position with quaternion dot identity, but we don't know anything about the direction in the next one. So this one is just where the bomb currently is. So we exploded over there. But in here, we need to add the range parameter or the direction parameter onto the actual bomb position. So the direction is left, right, up, down. But and the amount. And if the amount, we need to start with an amount of 1, I guess. Or is it automatically? Now the bomb range is starting at 1. So if we're starting at 1 here, we need to take I over here. And maybe we're gonna make so like a smaller or equal bomb range. So if it's a smaller or equal bomb range, so it also integrates the number 1 over here. So if it is a 1, we get a 1. If we have a 2, then it takes a 2 as well. So it is not like always smaller than that. And so we can use the I letter as being a parameter to be multiplied by iteration. So the iteration amount plus the current position plus 1 if we have 2. And then of course the direction multiplied as well. So, and the same thing is going to happen for the raycast in a moment. So our raycast we want to create over here is we want to shoot. Well, we want to shoot lifted. So we take first the bomb position in the raycast. Bomb position. This is where we start to shoot our ray from. Then we lift up new vector 3. 0, then I lift up, usually I lift up by 0.25, f, 0. Then we need to know the direction, which is going to be, direction. But it's not, it doesn't have to be here. It has to be here. So the ray, whenever we create it, we have an origin and we have a direction. So first off, we want to create the origin. So in here has to be a comma, and in here we need the direction. So the direction vector is like, right, left, up, down, and so on and so forth. For us, we're gonna put in the actual direction. So the direction we're gonna pass in here, this one is the one we need. And we need to close the line with a semicolon. So we know exactly where we shoot the ray from, into which direction. So we need to pass it into the coroutine, left, right, up, down. And so we just call it the way. And we, of course, know the bomb position whenever we loop through that. So we pass that over in here per each iteration and see where it is, and then we shoot down from this point. Now, since we got the ray testing, we can now see what gets hit. So if physics, I believe we don't really need the if statement over there, but I'm gonna use that because I wanna do exactly know if I hit something or not and if it's correct or not. So if physics.raycast, and in here we pass in first our ray, then we say out our current hit, then we're gonna use the maximum delta distance, and the distance is going to be I. I is going to be our indicator how big the range, the bomb range, and also how big the raycast range is going to be. So we need to do multiple checks over there. First off, if we hit our own guy, then we need to check if we hit somebody else. Hi Ferry again. Wie bin ich zu Unity gekommen? Hobby, würde ich sagen. Ich habe 3D an der Schule gehabt, habe einen Kursdozenten gehabt, der, sorry about that, German for a moment, bin auf einen Dozenten gestoßen, der meinte, damit lässt sich heutzutage gut Geld verdienen. Das war im Jahr 2013 und dadurch, dass ich ursprünglich aus dem 3D-Bereich komme, war das für mich relativ simpel, dann zu sagen, okay, ich nehme jetzt einfach mal meine 3D-Modelle und packe die mal in Unity rein, und dann hat mich das Thema sehr stark interessiert. Ich wollte selber auch immer mal ein Game Creator sein, also habe mir mal quasi meinen eigenen Traum erfüllt. Genau, so bin ich dazu gekommen. So, let's continue. So when we hit something, not integrating a layer mask, at least for the moment. So I just shoot a ray over there and see what's going on. Once we hit something, we want to check what we do hit. So if, for example, if we had an obstacle, hit.collider.compare tag. If we hit an obstacle, obstacle. What do we want to do? We want to skip this turn. Actually, what we can say is, if we don't hit anything, well, this is basically bad, right? But if we do hit something, then we want to, what do? We just say continue or break. Probably we can break this iteration. I don't know if that is only... I don't know if this is going to break the for loop for this iteration, or if it just breaks this one. We could... I'm gonna put some else if statements here as well. Else if not hit dot collider. So if there's nothing, and then we probably go for something breakable. Let me say not obstacle, but let me say breakable. Breakable. I don't have a breakable tag yet, but if there's something breakable or destroyable, then we want to also create a explosion object. And if we don't have hit one, or if we don't hit a breakable, we can also use an or statement over here. Or if no collider is there, let me put it. So or not hit collider, Control X, Control V. Gonna get rid of else if here, at least for the moment. So if I hit a breakable or nothing, then I want to instantiate an object, a bomb object. And then we need to define where that is. Probably we don't need to really use EX over here. We just want to instantiate this without anything else. Again, later on we need to do the network instantiation method at this point, so everybody knows where it happened, and they're gonna see what's going on as on their screen as well. So in here we also want to do this, but in this case we want to use the position of our bomb plus the lift up. No, without the lift up. But we want to add I times direction plus I times underscore direction, I guess. So direction is going to be left, right, up, down. It's always added by 1. If we have a grid which is not 1, 1, 1, then it doesn't matter. We can do multiply it by whatever the actual grid size is. Which have to happen here in this part as well. So I times direction, and that should be it. Then we wait, so it's looking like doom, like they explode one after another. So that should be it for doing this. And of course, once again, we can go at any time. We should be able to go and break out of it. So like if there is nothing, or if these two don't match, then we can just break out of the for loop and can go literally into the next iteration as an example. Or we just break completely, means, well, it stops at this point. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna introduce that here, else, just in case, else break. So, because we don't need to go further in this long range, like when we hit something which is not breakable and not a collider, or actually which is a collider, and we hit it, which does not match these two things, well, then we just stop at exactly this point. So we can get rid of this, or can hit out of the actual for loop. And if we hit it, we instantiate it, and if not, then... But also, at this point, when we hit a breakable... No, we need to rip it apart. Ah, damn it. I need to do some else ifs here. Else if not hit dot collider. I'm gonna explain in a moment why. So if it is not a collider, of course we also want to create this copy. Gonna get rid of this part. If it is a breakable, I don't want the explosion go through the wall or through the breakable. I want to stop this as well whenever I hit a breakable. So I need to break here the for loop as well. And again, if I hit an obstacle instead of a breakable, an obstacle, I want to break as well, but I don't want to, instantiate this. And then here, I don't want to break because it can continue the flammability thing. Now, when we want to create an explosion, we need to call this start coroutine. And now we tell create explosions in direction. Now we need to take all of the possible directions in here, as well as the bomb position. So we're going to pass in bomb position because we don't know where it is. But our list knows. And then we pass in the direction. So we can say vector3 dot... Let's start with left, vector3 dot left. And now we need to do this 3 more times for up, right, down. 1, 2, 3. But we don't do up in this case. We need to go forward. Forward. Here we go, right. And here we need to go back. Back is the down. Because we are moving over Z axis. So Z is back and forward. Nice. Should be good to go. Whenever we do this, we of course later on, whenever we instantiate the things, we want to destroy the breakable object, of course, when we hit it, when we have an explosion there, and so on. I want to do one more thing for the explosion itself. It's going to be a destroy after time script, so we clean it the explosion. What we could also do is we could catch that explosions, but I believe it's too small that it would be useful, I guess. So I create a new C# script and call this just destroy me. Oh, I forgot a O letter. Destroy me. I need to rename it here as well. And in start, we call just destroy and destroy. With a big D, destroy. And here we're gonna say game object. Compiler is not run yet, so destroy that, and then I can put a time, for example, S3F. That means it destroys the game object that script sits on after 3 seconds. We can also make it smaller amount of time, but 3 is fine, at least for the moment. So every time start gets called, because we instantiate something, we're gonna get a start call, and it goes and destroys itself after 3 seconds. So we don't need to invoke anything or something. We just use that as being an invoke, literally an invoke method. So we need to put this onto our explosion. So whenever it explodes after 3 seconds, it's going to destroy itself. So go to prefabs, double click fx explosion, go to scripts, and gonna put destroy me on it. And I need to go into both of them animations here. And I want to make sure that they don't loop. So they are just off in loop. So I don't have like 3 times the same animation going on. Don't forget to save the scene. Now we should make something, at least to test if the bombs work, to destroy the bomb, right? So when we lay it down, we can say we want to destroy it after a second or 2. So we could literally use an invoke method. But we want to know that the player is going to be able to do this. So in that case, I would make it so that this ticker here is going to be 1, at least for the start. In a human player, I gonna make it so that when I place a bomb, I start a timer, like an invoke method. Invoke. And let me say, what is that? We need a method name. We need to call update bomb list in quotes, because it's only taking the string parameter, I guess. Then we need a time after it invokes, so 3F. So after 3 seconds, the bomb we have placed goes through, updates this list accordingly, should go through all of that. And in here, when right before we got this, we need to say create explosions in direction. Create explosions, and we need to pass in b.gameObject.transform.position. So the one we are currently looping through, wherever it is, we need the position for this. Then we iterate through this. Then we should see some explosions happening on screen. Let's see if that works the way it should. So it's not turn-based yet when we place a bomb, but that's fine. Let me go somewhere here in between and let me place a bomb and let's see what's happening. Unassigned reference exception, and this is basically because we don't have the explosions connected, or the explosion things connected to our player, like the explosion prefab. So we're gonna have to put it. It's S or quick save, Control S, and let's try again. So we have seen that the bomb is able to, destroy itself, but we haven't seen any of the things. Tag breakable is not defined. So let's define this. Breakable. Save. So it was trying to check for a tag which is not available. So that's why it just stopped. So what we have seen is in the center, it's creating our little prefab. But the length is wrong, or actually not available. So what I want to do is I want to go out of maximize and play and see. Maybe we need to do a little trick here. I want to see how many. Ah, look at this. So we got 4 explosions in total. But where are they? Let's see. So one is here. One is here. One is here. And one is here. So actually, one is missing, it seems. Let's try again. Oh, that's one mistake with the if there's no collider thing. It probably hits itself. One, two, three, 4. And since it didn't hit itself. So it's just at 4, but not the one in the center probably. Let's see where the issue could be. Vector 3 dot left, forward, right, back, plus bomb position. So we lift up here for the raycast and take a look into the direction. Origin and direction. What did I miss? I times underscore direction. So I starts at 1. That's strange. Oh, that's interesting. Something is not right. Something is not right. Hmm. Maybe the bomb is... No, actually it doesn't matter. That's pretty strange. Why I do get another reference here. What is that null reference? Update bomb list. In line 40, calls line. Oh, where's my script? So line 40 calls create explosions, b.gameObject.transform.position. B bomb I, bomb list I. And calls line 56. Is comparing for a breakable. That doesn't make sense. Line 52 calls the start coroutine call. So bomb position should be stored over here by create explosions. Pass in the position of the last bomb position or the currently looped through bomb. Ah, that's why this invoke is actually a bad thing. Oh, it's just for debugging, so I need to get rid of this. I just saw some issue. Delete me later. But where does the null reference get from? I just don't get it. Beforehand it was working. Now I just took away one if statement. But all the references in here are correct. Maybe it's about the list. I gotta go and restart the project. I don't know what I did. Maybe sometimes Unity just has issues. I need to try again because I couldn't watch what's happening. Okay, let's see what's happening at this point. So we get 4 clones. So what's the issue? Okay, let me get rid of this, all that stuff. Nope, that was the wrong one. I just want to see if the first initial call... okay. So the first initial call... field human... bomb breach is assigned but never used. We don't care about... Oh, I don't yield anything, so... yield return, no. Whatever. Typos everywhere. Or just yield return. Basically, it doesn't matter. As long as we yield an echo routine, we should be fine. We don't need to really return anything. Because we're not waiting for a response. Literally, we just want to go through and that's it. So, what's happening is when I press that button, what it does, it creates 4 explosions over each other. Why is that? Because each of these is calling the same thing. So we need to get, first off, this one here needs to get in here. So the initial one is the one we want to have at this point, at this position. So now what's happening is, so that's why we saw 4. If we would not get the initial one, we want to go into this part. Unhide. And here we started 1. And we create a hit for each iteration, depending on what the bomb range is going to be. And we take bomb position as well as the bomb direction, which is going to be here. Bomb position is here. The direction is here. So doesn't matter which one comes in. Left, right, back, forward. Which should be good. So now we're going to do the physics raycast here. But I believe that is going to give me now the actual issue. So we take the bomb position in its vector, lift up the bomb by a quarter. And we say direction. And here we just hit or call the physics raycast. So we do the raycast, but it seems that code-wise something is fishy with that plain call, at least for the moment. So I'm gonna take all of this and put this in here. After being done, let's see, this is this. I believe there's one curly brace missing. Why is that so off? That is this one, the closer. This one here is open, 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 close, open, close, open, close. Just need to sort them. So, like this. So I need to go into this physics raycast, and probably this yield is wrong here at this point. Yep. This yield has to be here. Outside. Like when it is... Oh, that's how it happened. That's what I assume, at least. So this yield statement is probably... probably better to be outside the if statement. I don't know if that is the case, but we'll see. So I took away the initial explosion. and see now what's happening when I press it. In the middle, there shouldn't be anything like where the bomb has been. So when I go, let's say here, in the middle shouldn't be anything. But the other ones are also not having anything. And I didn't have any issues, at least so far, which is good. So I just know one thing. What I know is nothing gets generated, nothing gets hit by, or actually nothing is checked for. So what I can do is I can lift up here just a bit more to 0.5 and see if that helps. Because more probably it hits something like the ground, depending on where it is getting created. And if it hits something on the ground, which is actually not a collider at all. Nope, nothing. Okay, so something is actually weird. Let's start a bit like the other way around. And it's time to actually debug if not a collider got hit. So debug.log. Well, actually what we could do is we could debug for hits if we hit something or if we hit nothing. So debug.log hit.collider.name. I believe we could also spit back anything else. So we should see at least in the console if we gonna hit anything, and whatever we do hit should return a message, a call, something. For example, now we should hit the two walls here. So at least they got hit, which is good. So we know exactly the raycast to the right and the raycast to the bottom is working. So it gives me back the corresponding result. So if I do the same thing in here, I should have one of these obstacles, whatever the name is, I believe cube something, and a wall, a block. So block 2 and the wall, though. So upside down works as well. Yes, so we gonna know when there's nothing hit. So let's see if I can do call this one here, debug.log nothing got hit. And see, maybe there is something I forgot over there. At this point when there is nothing hit. Let's see if the console tells us 2 times it got hit something and 2 times it didn't got hit anything. No, it's not. So it seems that this one here does not get triggered at all. So this seems to be wrong. So I need to fiddle out what's the problem over here. Can it actually give back a nothing has been hit? Maybe I need a layer mask for that. I mean, it returns hit. But what if it doesn't return nothing when there is no layer mask involved? Let's test. Layer mask, layer. Gonna make it public. This will is probably need us to bit shift because we need to check maybe multiple layers. So something like a wall layer or an obstacle layer. So that's what I'm gonna start for with it first, an obstacle layer, just to see if at least the obstacle layer helps us getting information. So I'm gonna put in layer here. So we might see or might not see something. So in the player, we should now have the possibility to check for a specific layer. And I'm gonna put all the blocks and the environment walls into it, into this one layer. So here we can say, we create a new layer first, add layer. Gonna say here, at layer 6 or whichever. We're gonna choose what did I name it? Literally it's unbreakable layer. Unbreakable. So since that is now stored, I gonna check unbreakable here in this layer mask. And now I go to blocks and put all of them into the unbreakable layer. I don't know if that makes any sense. Gonna do the same for the walls, the invisible ones which are at outside of my part. And it only checks for them. Which it did before as well. So if maybe I need to do it a bit different here. I gotta get rid of the layer because I might not need it, at least for the moment. Probably I'm gonna say something like if hit.collider is equal to null. I'm not quite sure if that's the same. Sorry, my internet went down for a moment. Hi Anna, thanks a lot for tuning in. How can I make a Geometry Dash character controller? Well, Geometry Dash, what is it? Was it this fly around thingy wingy, like free roam into, 360 degrees? I'm not quite sure. Let's pretty quickly take a look what it is. Geometry Dash. I never played it. I just have seen who the creator was. Geometry Dash. Oh, just this jump and run one. Okay. Well, it's a jump and run thing, and I believe it goes forward automatically, and you just hit jump, don't you? So you move to the right if you don't do anything else but that. And that's it, I guess. And you just need to avoid things, I guess. So it's literally just a jump and run thing with a forward push, if there is a forward push, like to the right or to the left or whatever the direction is going to be, so you don't have any things. Yeah, that's what I think. Just jump. That's basically it. So back to the project. We were just having a quick chat over here. I just made it so that I got some bombability or bomberability. So all the breakables over here are now easily breakable. So I just lay down a bomb. As you probably have seen, and the bomb is going to destroy that. At least for the moment, it's doing it locally. So when I move here, I hit a bomb or lay down a bomb, and the bomb is going to destroy this one. And also, it doesn't go through walls or something like that, which is absolutely good. The bomb at the moment has a current reach range of 2, so these 2 are going to get destroyed. There we go. So basically, the typical Bomberman over here. I could also say I get rid of the UI later on when it's not necessary to have it anymore, which I will have when I go and switch players. So I cannot move now through these breakables, since I just made it so that my raycast to the right, to the left is also checking for breakables and not just obstacles. Not quite sure what's happening to other players, but I believe I could not move over another player, like the opponent. So in that case, I am just at least able to do everything I want to. The explosions kind of look ugly now. So I may go and later on go and make it a bit more beautiful. So we can bomb away everything, at least for the moment. And the last thing what I would need to bomb away is actually the opponent, which is going to be once again the part of the actual networking scenario. Since over here I just could say, okay, if the player 2 or player 1 is going to get hit by a bomb, but not from the own bomb, but from the opponent's bomb, maybe not. I believe yes. Then we are going. I'm literally done with the basics, with the absolute basics. So currently I don't have any drops. So like pickups, what I could do is I could, once I destroy these things, I'm gonna make a random drop creator, I would say. So in which I get some drop in result. So for example, I get a secondary bomb, or get a flame to increase the size or the length of my flame for this one particular character. Once again, I need to go over that for networking later on as well. And probably getting an extra move. Because, well, what's going to happen, or what is the aim? Each player should only have a specific amount of moves and a specific amount of bomb range. So we are literally starting at 1 over here. And it needs to have something like a moves or move amount over here as well per round, per round, per turn. I don't have the turn system yet. So like to switch turns, which I need a game manager for. So everybody gets a game manager, and then both sides are going to talk to game manager and say, hey, round is over, please update accordingly, and reset the player who currently, or who's the next player based on ID, give him back the maximum amount, maximum move amount, and max, and its maximum bomb amount to its current bomb amount. So literally just reset it. So max move amount. There's one thing we also want, is we want to make 100% sure that a player does anything per turn. And also he has not like unlimited turns, like, or unlimited time, because it's a network game. You want to make sure after half a minute or minute, the turn is switching to the other player. So the other player is not waiting forever. And so we also need a bunch of other things for the networking scenario. But that's what we're going to tackle a bit later on, I guess. So, but I believe I'm going to have to start with getting that networking soon into place. Because there are a bunch of things I need to have a notification over network, as well as I wanted to go for the fog of war thingy, which just makes it so that you cannot look too far, and you probably never see your opponent, since it's like a darkish, it's a nighttime scenario, or almost nighttime. So it's darker, and you have like a lantern or a lamp or something, which is just giving you some look range or something like that. Also, I was thinking about probably putting some lanterns in the center or in the playfield directly, which are just showing like 1 or 2 fields in the range, so you can see if the opponent is going to be at one of the or the other spots, literally. So they, of course, the strategy would be to avoid these positions, but maybe there's something specific to pick up at this point. So they might be interested, the player might be interested to go to this particular point. So, yeah, what's the next thing? Well, I need a second player. So I can't do this switch turn scenario. So literally what I can tell, this one here is maybe player 1, and the other one on the top is going to be player 2. So, and the thing is, if player 2 has a turn and we use these move buttons over here, and we use these specific human player setup and stuff, we want to make sure that both do have access to the same thing. And over network, we're gonna need to tell who is who and who has the current access to the inputs. So if I duplicate now player 1 and name it player 2, and I'm gonna position this on the other side where it's supposed to start and rotate it by 180 degrees. That's literally the way, or the camera of the opponent, literally. So this one is here from player 2, and the other one is from player 1. And each of them players is going to look their own way. Now, since we are currently, or I am currently looking, it seems like it, I'm currently looking through the main camera of number 2 here. I'm gonna tint this player, maybe. This graphics here, this capsule material. Let me duplicate this. Gonna name this P1 and make this, well, something different actually. So, and if it is P1, then of course I go to the graphics of P1 and just pop in this. So I now know the green one is definitely player 1. So now currently this camera here is the one which is looking at player 2. So what I now want, I want to see what's happening with the inputs. So we can now see, of course there are like 2 audio listeners, that's okay. If I now press this button, I can move only this one character, interestingly. And I can also only put one bomb over here, and so on. So that means the player 2 is capable to do its own turns. And if I would go and disable player 2, no, player 2, yeah, player 2. Why is this player 2 now? Oh, that's right. If I disable player 2, then I see player 1. Which one did I saw just before? Wait a sec. This one here is now the view of player 2. This is player 1. I see. So this is the camera of player 1 now. It's not player 2. So that's why I wanted to know that. So if I now disable player 1, now I'm at player 2. Let's see what's happening here with the actual controller, because it is connected to the same thing. But now I can see it's shifted. I'm gonna the direction of movement here. I'm a bit off actually with that player 2. Gonna have to move it 1 to the side. The direction, if it is player 2, is doing the actual opposite of what it is actually about. So it does take the same measurement as of the other player. Not just because it is rotated, but also since that is literally another ID, it has to check not world space wise, but character wise. And so I believe the easiest fix for that inside move is not going to use vector 3.right, but transform the transform of the player .right. So dependent on where the forward axis of the actual player is looking at. So let's see. This player here, let's see if the player currently is not rotating. The actual, let me pretty quickly check that. Yeah, so we are currently not switching graphics or anything. We not switch the actual direction of a player. So if that is currently player 2, the up direction, the up axis is looking in the upward scenario, it seems. Let me take a look into the local. And the local is the one we want to look at. Now we can see the forward axis of this character is going to be like in the correct direction. That's what I say, or would say, because we don't rotate camera, we don't rotate the player itself. We later on, if we need to rotate, then we rotate the graphic, like the model. We do not touch the camera, we do not touch the player, we just touch the graphic. So the easiest fix I come across or might come across is using these things for the movement itself to check for valid move, to use the forward or the actual axis of the current object, which is the player itself. So we are going to use here transform.right. And here we got we don't have a transform.left, so we negate it. We negate a transform.right. So we say minus. Then we have a transform.forward is the actual forward, and then we got transform.back is not available, so we need to do a transform.forward and negate it over here, so we go backwards literally. Same thing here. That's what I believe. So we're gonna take the next position is the current position minus the negative forward position. So plus, minus, or minus. And And here we're gonna have just transform.forward. And here we have negative transform.right. Just copy this over and see if that works. I mean, should be correct. And here we got the positive right as a transform. So we are using a player-based stuff. So in here we go to the goal. The goal is the vector. So we need to, we got the goal position over here. We move towards it and we check for possible moves in the next iteration. And so that is correct. So that's what I assume is going to be correct so far. Based on that, if that now is going to work, we now need to make sure that also the buttons are going to be, based on this valid move check, are going to be correctly highlighted. And this is what we're gonna see right now. These two are now deactivated, and now we got, well, we move in the opposite direction, but we measure that we could go and do this, you know, the opposite of that. So the move interactables are the ones which are working totally fine. But the movement for the check possible moves, when we click on the button, we're gonna go and do perform move. Where's perform move? There we go. And as you can tell now, we need to do the same thing here as well. So if we have a left one, we're gonna take the current transform.position and we say minus transform.right, because we don't have left. And then here we're gonna have the positive, so we need transform.right. Here we're gonna take transform.forward, and here we need to say minus transform.forward. So this is using the local axis. The other one, the vectors, are using world space axis. So vector 3.right is always using world space axis and not local space. So local space based on the player where the script is sitting on. Let's try again, and hopefully I didn't ruin the other player, like the player 1 in this case. But it should be the same thing, because I rotated this by 180 degrees. And now the measurement, these are not interactive. If I press here, well, I'm gonna do what I have to do, right? I can only move locally. So I have a local based, straightforward going movement over there. The bombs should still do the same thing. Currently, this is an issue. Every time a bomb explodes, we should update. We should update. Probably we should update movable positions, or something like that. Like, well, this is an issue. Checking possible moves after that. The goal, or the actual human player, is not allowed to talk to move and vice versa, but we can get it. We can get it since it sits on the same object. And here we only update the possible moves over there. So I'm gonna make this one public here. And in human player, once we are done with, when the bomb has been exploded, then we update possible moves after the bomb has been exploded. Otherwise, we are going to be stuck. So I'm gonna grab move directly from the same game object. So move, my move. I'm gonna do this in start. So I'm gonna say move, or actually my move is equal to get component of type move, open those parentheses, close the line with a semicolon. And once we are done with that, we can say after Well, after all the explosions literally happened, like maybe here or somewhere, we just say my move dot check possible moves. So we just literally update shoot array into all the directions and so on and so forth. Why is it blocking it when we move away is because the bomb is an obstacle, and after we are done with our move, the obstacle is literally inside the way. Gonna show. So if I go here, now I cannot move anywhere because the bomb is here. But now the bomb has cleaned the way, and we are basically able to get back wherever we want to be. So same thing now. Now it's blocking me here. Once it has been exploded, now it should give me an open way, but it didn't. So after this one is exploded, it should clean the way, but as we can tell, sometimes it just doesn't work. So we might to have some, I need to build in some slight delay. As you can see now, I cannot move. So in here, after we are done with these explosions and after the bomb has been destroyed, I'm gonna put another yield statement. Yield return new, wait for seconds. And then let's pass on something like a half a second or so. It should be more than enough to get everything updated. Well, let's hope. Fun part is literally it's calling this one 4 times, one after another 4 times. It's trying to update this, so probably that's the wrong way. But now it looks a bit better. Gonna put a bomb. Gonna wait here. Boom. Half a second. Everything good to go. Well, that's what it should be. Don't move. Wait. Now we can go there. Awesome. So again, this is going to be called 4 times, which might not be the correct way as I assume, but we now are able to, go and also check, as an example, if we go lay a bomb, I don't know if I'm fast enough, and it has been blocked by this block, but after that it rechecks this possibility, so I am able, after this part gets destroyed, to read and update itself just in case. I mean, it does it also after every move, but it also has to do it after every bomb is going to be exploded. So we absolutely know what's going to happen at this point. There's one more thing we later on might need to or want to think about to be introduced. We need to compare when the bomb is exploding. We want to make sure that if the player gets hit by the opponent's bomb, that the player loses, whoever got hit by the bomb of the opponent player, at least for the moment. So we're gonna need to keep that at least in mind and think about how we could introduce that at this point. Okay, so player 2 is doing its move as it is from its camera perspective. Now let's go back to player 1 and test if everything still works. So we are still allowed to do our actual movement over here. Boom, and now we are able to go through pretty good. Blocked over here. Now it's open. So what I want to test again is, where can we do this? Yeah, like if we place a bomb here and we go pretty quickly around and don't move, and then it gets updated this year. So everything nice, pretty good. I'm really happy with the results so far. Next one is probably game manager and making sure that the players are recognized as being players. So I list them in some kind of a list or array or something. But I'm gonna make a small break now. Gonna be back in some minutes or so. So let's see what we need to do now. So both do got access to our AI, or not AI, but our interface. So both are having the possibility to use that one single thingy wingy. When it comes to networking later on, I want to make sure that I disable that for one player if it's not its turn, and enable it for the other player if it is its turn. So I need a game manager, anyhow, who does actually manage the game, absolutely. And what does it need to manage? Well, it needs to manage turns and who's going to be the first and who's going to be the second, which basically can be randomized. And so we need to get over some information. There's one more thing I'm not quite sure. Maybe I'm gonna need to have a button somewhere which ends the turn, or you always have to use up everything, but then it might not work the way we want it to work. So if we want to end the turn, we would need to make at least a move, but if we never make a move, the game would not go forward. So there are a bunch of things we need to think about at this point. We need to bring somebody into the position to do something, like I don't know, a timer, and if you don't do any move, then the game is over and the winner is the other one. So something like this. So we need to build up pressure, like a timer. Both of them sides need to get updated, of course, in another user interface, something. I don't know how we're gonna make this one look. Just putting a placeholder over there, and I probably also need an end turn button over there, which is only pressable if you have done at least one move in any direction. So it doesn't matter if you have laid down a bomb. Also, I want to make it so that per turn we only got one move and one bomb at the very beginning. So whatever the maximum move amount is, or the actual current move amount is, and whatever the current bomb amount is, this is what can be used by pressing on them ring menus. And the ring menus over here, like the do move and perform move, should also reduce the moved amount. So meaning in move itself, we need to know how much moves we can do per round. And we're gonna be able to get a connection to human player as well, since it sits on the same object. And then we can bypass or just get the information directly from, like whenever we start the game, we can directly get it from human player, as an example. So at this point, or this is what we may need for the move. So human player is the only one who does know that. So human player, gonna give it a name, my player. Again, player itself is later on taken, and we may need to connect it or hook it up to human player for the online scenario, for the networking part. That's what I'm gonna have to do actually. So on start, I need to get the information every new game, literally. So my player is equal to get component, and in here we gonna get the component of human player, because it sits on the same game object. So we now got the information, and now what we need is the possibility to read the amount of moves we got left, or we have left. So human player is currently only responsible for the bombs, which may or may not be correct. but he is the only one who knows what are his own bombs literally and what is an opponent bomb. So we can later on check against that things to see what we really hit, or if we're gonna see we're gonna check against an ID, like did we hit ourselves or did we hit an opponent, my player, or an opponent human player. So which we could basically also do in human player already as a check. So if we hit something which has the script, the type of script, so instead of using a compare tag, we can also check for a specific script. If we're gonna hit not a breakable, not an obstacle, but we hit something when it is a hit actually, which contains the human player as an object or as a, let's say, as a component, then we can also react to it. So if we hit ourselves, we're gonna see that because we know we talk to this one object here. Or if it's not this, like it is not, it's not our own, then we know we hit the other player with the bomb or with the flame. And so we know that we won the round as well. So this is the winning condition, which we're going to bypass or pass later on to the game manager. We need to make sure that each game, this is going to be the fun part. Each game just has, or basically both have a game manager, but only one is updating the game mechanics, which is going to be the master of in the game, in the scene, in the round, whatever. So when it is a local player game, then of course there's only one game manager who does that. But if you have like multiple clients connected to each other, then one of the clients who is the master is going to be the one who shares the information over the network. So basically that's the basic, the absolute basic idea over there. So whenever we do a move over here, or actually beforehand, like whenever this is called from a button, I believe. Yep, gonna make a note, called from button. Before we do any move, we want to see if we have any move left. If that is not the case, then we don't want to do a move. And basically, not even that, even beforehand, like whenever we check for possible moves, or even if there are any valid move, literally, we want to see if we have the possibility to do any kind of a move. So if we don't have any move left, then we don't need to go for and make them all interactable. That means we can make them all, all interactability over here. We can disable that and get out of the check for possible moves because it's impossible to do any of them moves. So, and since we fixed the rotation issue, which is fine and hopefully works 100% later on, that's what I assume, we're gonna do a check. So if move left, up, right, down, we're gonna have something like if moves, what is it called? It is inside my player, so we need to read the information from my player or from the human player before we can perform a move. We have two possibilities. We can make the move amount, available. We can make it so that we can only get it but not set it. So we can make a public get. But well, we need to do a get and a set. So because once we do a move, we also need to make it so that we can set the move over here. So it is better to make two functions for that. Something like read the moves and update the moves. So like use move and read move. When we read a move, we return an integer. It has to be public. Public int. I'm gonna name it maybe moves left. Moves left or moves available. Moves available. It returns just moves left. Return move amount. moves available. What is it called? The move amount. So it returns it and setter and oh yeah, open close parentheses. So and then we're gonna make something like a user move. We want to use move. Use move. It doesn't have to return any. We just go and update void blah blah blah. So public void use move, and then here we just say move amount minus minus so far. And after we are using a move, we're gonna need to, well, that's not what we want to do here, but this is what we're gonna do in moves. We're gonna do and check for possible moves again and see if we have moves left. So if my human, or what is it now? My human player, or my player dot actually moves available is bigger than 0. Well, then we can do all of that. We can just, you know, get all the valid moves, and so on. Wait, that is even easier. A valid move could also do return true or false. A valid move is only a valid move if there's a move possible, move left over here. So we don't need to do this or that or the fully interactability at all. We just return false over here. Stop moving if not enough moves, right? If not enough moves. So we return false. And here, return false. False. And instead of checking for bigger than 0, we can say something like smaller than 1. Or we can just say, since it's an integer, equal to 0. If it is equal to 0, then we return false. So there is no possible move in none of the 4 directions. So anytime we now gonna perform a move into any direction, we start any coroutine move player, we need to use a move. So we're gonna say, before we do check for better or for more, multiple, or for the next move iteration, we're gonna check available moves. Check available moves. Or actually, no, we don't check for available. We need to use a move. Use a move this way. So to do that, we just need to call my player dot use a move. That's it. We reduce move, and after that we check for possible moves, and if that returns false at the next iteration, we are unable to do a next move. Final thing is, for all that movability, we need to reset moves, and we need to reset bombs. So public void reset, let's say player. So if the max amount, or max move amount, we're gonna start with 1, and the bomb amount, or maximum bomb amount, we also start with 1. So we cannot lay down multiple of these, and later we need to check for bombs as well. So I have a maximum amount. I can start with the move amount over here. At start, we need to go and check against that, or just update it whenever whoever has the, you know, the turn. And also highlight and de-highlight the actual ring menu buttons and stuff like that. But that's what we're going to do in the game manager, because that is responsible for this. So when we reset the player, we're going to set the move amount to be equal to the max move amount. And the bomb amount is equal to the maximum bomb amount. So that's what we're gonna reset every turn. Reset every player's turn. So depending on who it is, we need to do this for each of them, or for the one which is currently the one who has turns. What we also want to do is we want to add per pickup, we want to add a move. So public void add move. In that case, whenever we do the pickup, we want to increase the maximum move amount. So we say maximum move amount plus plus. And if we want to, since we did the pickup, we can decide if we also want to take the move amount and make this plus plus for this round. But this is optional. This is probably available from the next round, but not from the current. Since if we would do that, we also need to recheck again for possible moves, which wouldn't be bad. What was it called? Well, then we would need to talk to my move again. So my move dot check possible moves. But this is, once again, this is optional, I would say. So I'm not quite sure if that makes anyhow a difference. But in the current turn, we might be over. We might not go and do more inputs, do more things. So I just keep it as optional here as well. And we also want to have a pickup where we can add bombs. So void add a bomb. And basically the same thing is going to happen here as well. Meaning we're gonna take the maximum bomb amount and increase it by 1 whenever we do a pickup. It has to be public function. Public void. Don't forget to save. We're gonna add a bomb by pickup. We just added, and the same thing is going to happen over here. We would be able to say, okay, bomb amount plus plus as well, so we can instantly use the bomb. But same thing here, might be rather optional. Okay, so whenever my turn is over, I should have the possibility to so I may need to use everything. I may need to use at least one move. So before the end turn button is doing something. So we restrict the people to do at least any turn, any move. Or at least one move needs to be done. Otherwise, we cannot go forward. And so we might go for not is moving, but maybe another Boolean move performed. So, and based on move performed, we might go and make sure the button gets active. The end turn button gets active. This is probably something which we may not need here, but maybe in Game Manager. Okay, so far so good. Let's see if I can only do one turn and then I'm out of turns. Since I only can move once. And I can also hopefully only do one thing. So I cannot do any move at the moment. Because we don't reset at the very start, we don't reset the actual moves or the actual human. But we don't do this in move. So at least it told us to, or it works the way it does. I'm gonna say reset player. And after resetting it, we need to go and probably say my move dot check for possible moves. And once again, I don't want to call this at start. It's just now for debugging. Debug only. Remove later. Okay. So now we're gonna be able to do a move. I make one move, and now, since I did my move, I can only lay one bomb. Well, I should be only be able to move one bomb or lay down one bomb. No, I'm able to make multiple, which is fine, since I didn't update it if I have used a bomb, like, you know, in here. So basically in here, I place a bomb. So in here we have add bomb, add move. We reset the player, so we can only move once. We reset the bomb amount, but we don't decrease placing a bomb. So, and also we don't update the bomb button accordingly. So after we place the bomb, we call this from the button, or actually from the ring menu and then from the button, like here. If we're gonna call place bomb, we want to see, we want to actually reduce. No, we want to check first if bomb amount is equal to 0. We just get out of here, so we just say return. We don't do anything, we don't go further, we don't instantiate anything. If that is not the case, like we have enough, we're gonna say bomb amount minus, so we negate it. And then we do all of that stuff and do the update bomb. Again, this is for debugging as well. And what we want to do is we want to update the bomb button. So if bomb, actually we're gonna make an expression, bomb button dot interactable is equal to, and then I'm gonna say bomb amount bigger 0. We're gonna say question mark true. I guess we don't need to put this all in parentheses here. Colon false. Exclamation, semicolon. So we set interactable if the bomb amount is bigger than 0 to be true, otherwise we set it to be false. Boom. And now we should be able to place one bomb, since we reduce it here whenever we press the button. Well, that's what I hope. I don't know the not interactable or the interactability, if I should tint this like red or something, so it's not like, you know, transparent. So if I press that, now we're gonna see it gets transparent. The bomb is doing what it does, and now I cannot move and cannot lay a bomb anymore. So we only have them 2 actions, but we need to do at least one move to be able to go and switch the player. So we're gonna take or talk to the game manager, basically, hey, we are done. Please let the other player know that there is nothing the player is going to do or wants to do over there. Same for the other side. Then we need to talk to the game manager. So we need to now connect them together, literally. So first off, we need a script which takes all of this content for us. Game manager. I hope it's written right. No, it's not. There's an R missing. I opened this and renamed pretty quick. So here needs to be an R, and here needs to be an R as well. So the class is now gonna save that. Now the class is going to be okay. Okay, so for the playability, for switching the players and do all of that stuff, we need to make sure what both scenes are going to have one game manager, so they don't have both they don't both have the same thing, but they need to make sure that we only have one single game manager per game scene, which we got. So we could also use this as a singleton. That's what I assume. So since there's only one something in each of the scenes, so we can talk to the game manager by using a singleton from the player when the turn is over or when the button has been pressed or whatsoever, and update this game manager class accordingly. Since we can always call the game manager instance from anywhere, that would be the good thing, or the one we just need. So, and I believe that's where we are at this point. We're gonna go forward with what do we need to turn to make a turn? We just need an integer with a number. Current player. So whoever is the current player gets an ID A and ID B, or ID 1 and ID 2, and then we just switch. So we need to have a public void switch player function, which basically just open close parentheses, which basically just takes whoever is the current player is not the current player anymore. So we can set current player is equal to, and now we're gonna check if current player, we're gonna make another expression. So current player is equal to 1, then the next player is going to be 2, otherwise the next player is going to be 1. So that's it. And based on that, we need to tell the engine later on, the photon network, or the network. We need to tell the network, hey, who's the current the next one. So network update whatever. So the other guy, whoever is able to do its turn or its turns and act accordingly. Yep. So since we don't have this network stuff yet, I might go and start to work on that. I'm not quite sure again about the singleton, but let me put it in. Public static game manager instance. And in here, void wake instance is equal to this. So everybody has its own instance of game manager, and so I can talk directly to instance.da switch player because I have no turns left, or I pressed a button, or whatsoever. That's the thing. So we can switch the player. The game manager does not know anything about anybody, but what we want it to be knowledged about is who are the two players. Like, who's player 1? Like, who's player 1? Like the human player 1, and who's player 2? And we need to tell them over the network who's who. So this is basically the second iteration we're gonna go for. What else? What else? No way, that's basically the first thing we want to do now. We could go for pickups, like a drop, or like basically 2 drops or 3 different drops. Like whenever we make a destructible object, we destroy a destructible object that we're gonna, at the point where the thing has been before, we're gonna put an item, a 3D item, which gives us more bombs or a higher flame length, like a bomb range. So we don't need the maximum bomb range because this is going to be increased constantly anyways, so it doesn't get any distribution to this. And later on we might go for a user interface, so each of the user interfaces show how much bomb range one has and how much bombs somebody has and how much moves somebody in total has, so people can act accordingly and make their strategy based on what they got already. And yeah, something like this. So yeah, we're gonna reset this. So this is a debug only. So we're gonna make the game manager do all of that content later on, so he can talk to player 1 and player 2 and update them accordingly. So telling them, hey, you're gonna get some reset over here, over there, and so on and so forth. So the game manager has to know who is player 1 and player 2. So in that case, we're gonna say public human player doesn't like to add it, I don't know why. Human player player 1, and I just copy that, paste player 2. So we can drag in both players, and later when it comes to the network, we need to tell player 1 this is yours, and the other one this is yours. Same for the ring button menu, which is going over the photon viewer, I believe it's the one that is called. Okay, 2 audio listeners in one scene is basically whatever we got on each of the cameras. So we may get away of both. So we don't have any, remove. And same here, camera, remove. And I'm gonna make like a sound object or sound blaster, whatever, which is going to have this audio listener, listener. So we just have one. The sound blaster can be anywhere in scene, doesn't matter. It's just any kind of a random object, which listens to sound whenever we are a possibility or do have the possibility to, do something with sounds. I just leave it anywhere in scene so I can find it. Gonna give it a tag. So like a simple, like one of them icons. So whenever you have empties, you're gonna find them easily on screen in scene, because they also, blend over UI wise over other objects. So, this is okay, this is fine. So yeah, next one would be literally or almost networking, I guess. I mean, this took quite some time already to get all of that shuffled and popped together, but we are pretty close to a playable prototype, I would say. So we can do movements, we have turn-based stuff, we got moves. We don't switch turns since, why do we not switch turns yet? Basically, that is because the actual camera scenario over there. So player 1 looks through a different camera than player 2. And this is something I don't know yet. How do we know that this player looks like he is responsible for that, and this is your camera to take a look into. And same for this player. How do you know that this player this is your camera over here, and you don't have access to the second or to this player? Something I don't know yet. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Need to collapse so they are like next to each other. If you wanna keep yourself a bit more, or give yourself a bit more overview, you can do empty game objects in the hierarchy and just put them anywhere in between, like space holders. You know, you can also get rid of the numbers over there. Nothing fancy. And you can say, okay, everything from here to here, from here to here, or whatever. You're gonna put them like those dashes in between, so you keep some kind of an overview. And whatever you can connect to each other, like all the tiles over here, which are not needed for the game, you can just pack them together into one single object. Same for the breakables over here. Later on, I may go and write a random breakable creator with a chance of, I don't know, 50-50 or 20, I don't know, whatever chance I'm gonna put a breakable anywhere over a tile. So you have a lot to break away. A high chance or a good chance to get some drops. You don't know what the opponent gets, maybe. And so on. So what I now want to start with is I want to check there is a plugin. I believe that's going to be one of the last things I'm going to do today. There's a plugin in which I can clone the Git repository. Actually, not the Git repository, but I can split screen literally and split test multiplayer stuff over using one of them plugins. I just don't remember the name. I have seen this somewhere. I just need to find it and see where it is. So, because that's what I saw before, I don't know where. It's quite some time ago. On my research, literally, where stuff is going to become hopefully easier. So, I just take a look. I have no idea. Don't really remember where I have seen this. So, why I look for that? ParallThink. This is what I wanted to look for. ParallThink. Let's see. It's an open source Unity editor extension that allows to test multiplayer game without building the project. This is what I want. So, it relies on symbolic links and partial copies of original project folder structure. Generally, it is completely safe to ensure no bug software, yada yada yada. So follow the install instructions of the repo page and navigate to Parallel preferences in the menu bar. Ensure that both options are selected as shown below. So Parallel local iteration. How do I get this up and running? Open. I believe I have to download the zip file. No idea. And I'm gonna put this somewhere. Maybe in my Unity library. Parallel sync. I believe it's just an editor extension. I mean, that's what they say, right? Show in folder. I'm gonna unzip it. Maybe there's something I can read about it first, how it does work. So, test multiplayer games without building the project. GUI tools for managing all project clones. Protected assets from modified by other clone instance. APIs, workflows. Add package from Git URL. Ah, okay. So that's even easier. So I'm gonna go and get the Git URL. Where is the Git URL? Ah, here. Copy. Go to package manager. Let's see if that works. I have no idea. Maybe like here. Put in URL. GitHub Parallel Git add. Let's see. So I don't need the master download and the zip file and stuff. Probably it's adding itself automatically. So what does it tell us? Package manager window error up adding package. Why is that? Busy resource busy blah blah blah. Okay. So package JSON, there's an editor stuff. Images after imported screenshot 1 2 3 4. Okay, I just try again. Maybe there's some issue. Error adding package. No idea what that means. Parasync has been tested with the following versions. How does it work? Okay, then I'm gonna make a new folder here, I guess. And name it Parallel Think. And add all the content I found in the Parasync folder. I guess. I'm gonna copy, go navigate to Show in Explorer. And pass that in and see what's happening. I have no idea. Maybe something weird is now going to happen here. If everything goes right, we should have a button here. That's it. Project clone, whatever all that stuff means. Probably that's it. So For each clone instance, we'll make a copy of the original project folder and reference the asset packages and so on and so forth. Support this project. So what do we need? We need to install that, or by adding GitHub parasync path to the manifest.json file. Okay, that's not what we did. So there are some useful resources. So when I click here, there's the GitHub, check for update, preferences. These two are available or enabled. Now I'm gonna go and test it or check again for the website for the testing multiplayer locally. It says go to it's open source Unity Editor extension. Follow instructions. Make sure these two are enabled. That's what I just did. Open parasync clones manager from which you can launch, create, and remove clone editors. So clone manager, create new clone. And then I should see soon a secondary clone over there. I don't know what's happening when I close it. Will it be deleted afterwards so I don't have like 500 copies later on? And how does it work later on? So, I mean, I can then run multiple, that's what I saw before. I can run multiple sessions with that parallel sync. So like two editors of the same project. I have no idea if that works. If it does something weird, then I just throw it away and make a normal build later on. The building thing is going to be interesting because, well, how does it later on know who he is? I believe it's going to be based on the network manager. Yep, that's what I assume is going to happen. CMD. Okay, so now I can say open. I just cloned it. I don't know if I have to re-clone, but I see I can delete it from this file folder, this one as being a client, and I can open this in a new editor. Well, that's what they say. Like that this clone now becomes literally an editor window, which is fine. I could also add a third one and a fifth one, but we only need, or I just need two. So later on, when it comes to the networking, it should be easy for me to load both by using the clone of the object over here or the clone of the project, and then can run them twice. Over in and here, yeah. So, and I believe I have to delete the clone because I have to update this one later on. Okay, so basically I can tell this works so far as it should. It loads it. It takes quite some time to load the complete project and all the other good stuff, all the, assets. But I need to clone or re-clone later on when I update things, then I need to clone that. So the question is, what is quicker now? To clone a project or to make a build? I mean, even opening a new editor here takes quite some time. So maybe I'm better by using them or making the build. Just a simple PC build, nothing fancy, super small, just to see if stuff works or not and who is who and what is what. By, putting a lobby and stuff like that together and see how it goes and performs. And so I'm keep on waiting. Now 2 minutes, I believe a build would have been faster. So maybe I don't want to use parallel sync and just get rid of all the crap I just downloaded. But as we can see, finally, directory So basically this could be now my first or my client basically, and the other one could be my server or vice versa. Oh, and well, that's basically what we need, or what Parasync is going to do. It just copies and pastes all of that stuff here. It just has reset my default layer or my default layout. But that's what we can do with Parasync, and then we can start both. Just hit play here, play there, which should help me to pass out or make all the networking stuff easier. I just close it and I delete the clone. Gonna take a sec of 5 again, because currently it doesn't make any sense to have it. There we go. So maybe the next cloning goes faster, and the next starting of an instance, like for networking tests. Awesome. So I got this now in my project, which is fine. So it's only project-wise. It's not Unity-wise. It's just project-wise. That's what I assume. So we don't have it in the next, project. Okay, so what I now can do is I can import, kind of go to Package Manager. And now I go to my assets, and in here I should have PON2, like for Photon, which is wherever the Photon network stuff. I believe it. I should go and load all and see here. There we go. So PON2 free. So this is the Photon network free version over here. It's a version 2, which allows me to add the network support. I don't have to re-download it, I guess. I just need to import it since I have downloaded it from anywhere else. And I may need to go and update it. So supported from 2K18 Plus, which is nice. So we don't have to go over any version issues. And I don't know what I need and what I don't need. So I just leave everything inside. I just hit import and just take it whatever I can. Because I may or may not need this. And this is a huge package with a bunch of things like, I don't know, so many things like chatting and whatever, and lobby making and stuff like this. So I may go and create some, like whenever we go and create a menu or something, I make a button. Before I press the button, I don't do anything, but show whatever, show the scene or show something around, yada yada yada, and have a button in the center where it says, hey, press that start button, where all the info is going to be inside, like who made this game and stuff like this. And if we start an online round, then we go into some kind of a lobby room, where we are joining a lobby. And so this is what the absolute first thing is. With those rooms, I'm not quite sure if we're gonna use some kind of drop-down list about that. So what we can now see here is a PON setup in which it requests an app ID or an email address. So I'm gonna go to photonengine.com and sign in. And I don't remember my credentials to sign in. First off, I thought it is possible to sign me in using Unity credentials. Well, that's what I believe it was, but let me check my credentials first. Pretty quick. Well, I believe I have no idea what password I used. I better go check my mail or mails pretty quick and see what my credentials are. Photon engine. Okay, at least I found my... At least I found my mail address, the one I used. But I don't remember my password. Funny, your dashboard. Can I go there? Passwords. Don't have a account. Make one. I believe I was just logging in with my credentials from Unity. But I just don't know. Oh. Okay, there we go. So on these credentials, I should be able to make anyhow a new app, which is this one, a button, and I can tell what kind of engine that's going to be. I need a PUN because I don't have a real-time engine in this case. I just need this one. And I can now give it any kind of a name. So this is going to be my Pirate Blast thingy wingy. I don't need the other ones here. I just hit create. I can give it a description, but who cares, right? And this is going to be just any kind of a URL. So I'm gonna create it, and what I get is this app ID here. So I can just go and hit Control C. That's it. And now I'm gonna put this in here and say setup project. It says now done. All connection settings have been edited. Photon server settings. Now have a look. Close. So, and that should be it. So basically, I don't even need any of these. I think attempting to delete folder. Oh, okay, that's from beforehand. So now Photon is literally set up. Gonna close my mail stuff here. I don't think that I need to get back into Photon network engine. I just needed that one to hook up, to connect. Anyhow, so now I need to find you guys again. See where my browser window is. There we go. Okay, so now we need to do quite some stuff for the networking area, and I need to create a new scene. I just take a 3D scene, create. Literally, that just concludes or contains 2D objects later. So it doesn't matter anything over here. So I'm gonna name this. Gonna name this scene. Save as. I'm gonna name this lobby, I guess. Lobby, like online lobby. That's probably a nice name. So the lobby is basically a room where everybody is inside once they enter the online piece, part, whatever, and afterwards gets connected automatically to some other player, or can wait for rooms to be, or can create a room, probably something like that. So, and meanwhile they are in this lobby. There cannot be more than 20 because of the CCU limit of photon, I believe. So in this demo, I just don't overdo it. I mean, it's just not necessary to do stuff like this, I guess. So to build all that stuff, like a lobby and the login and all the other good stuff and giving a name and so on, and just when we hit a play button, that we get connected to somebody random, that's one thing. Maybe I'm gonna spit out a number how much people are inside the lobby, so you know that at least anyone is able to connect to anyone else, something like that. Maybe I give myself a bit more a time for this online player stuff. I mean, there is still stuff to do later on, but I believe the coding issues over here can be quite ugly, and so I try to do my best and, you know, make all this online content available for me or useful. So online stuff goes into online folder inside scripts, because there will be multiple. And I need to take a look into what is happening when the game is over. When I kick somebody or when I kick people out of the server, I need to lead them back to where they came from, and yeah, kick them out of the game. So probably back into the lobby, so they can probably connect to somebody else. And so I don't know how I gonna go that and do that, but that's what I would start with, actually. So I believe I'm gonna go for some simple user interface stuff right now. So I need a canvas, I need an image as acting as my background. Funny that it is going to put it in the bottom left corner. This canvas, I want this to be also scale screen size and reference resolution of 1920 by 1080. Why it puts that somewhere in the bottom left corner, I have no idea. So I want to uniform stretch this one. Maybe I find a nice background later on, or we're gonna create some. I have a dark one somewhere, which I might be able to be used to use, but not quite sure if I want to use that yet. So I'm gonna tint this one into any pastelic soft number or soft color, maybe something not too heavy, maybe something like that. Doesn't matter, it's just my BG, my background, and in this here. And now I want to go for probably for TextMesh Pro input fields and TextMesh Pro inputs, so it's easier to read and so on and so forth. And also the quality is rather good. So what we want, or what I want, is maybe some something like to create or join a room scenario, and once joined or once created this room, I may need to go. I don't know how to tackle that, but anyhow, connect afterwards. So in my first test over there, I was just taking player A and player B, and once player B joined player A, like on autopilot, I would say, then they got dragged both instantly into the game without a wait, literally. And so today, since that is for a game jam, a bit more people are going to join this. Probably I need to make sure that people know that there are created rooms or something like this. And so this is going to be literally my first approach for creating a room, and probably a room list which you would be able to join and stuff like that. So this is going to take quite some time, I believe. So let's tackle at least the first things. Tomorrow I'm gonna be busy with, creating multiple of them things. So what do I need? I need a UI text image field, an input field, TextMesh Pro. I need to import the TMP essentials, otherwise it does not work 100%. And I have learned something which I want to test out, which is a coding issue. Later, when I need to make use of these input fields, I've seen this somewhere in the project settings or something like that, which was where I have to refresh something because of the import of TextMesh Pro. Let's see if it was in preferences, external tools, probably in general. Anywhere is a button like rebuild here, regenerate project files. So that's what I'm gonna press, and that hopefully that makes it so that I don't have any coding issues later on when it comes to TextMesh Pro. So we got an input field here. I need to resize it. I'm gonna go to 2D now, and I'm gonna make it, well, let's say huge enough, right? Where we're gonna put in a text area, placeholder text, no reference. Whoa, what's going on here? I'm gonna restart Unity in a moment, I guess. So I don't see anything. I don't even see enter text, even if I should. Okay, I'm gonna save and close and restart. Gonna take a minute or two. Oh, my mic is not on or wasn't on. So I'm gonna do a panel, gonna do this for a room. I'm gonna do something for a list later on where people could join or create stuff, like create a room. So what we can also do is we can say we put a button somewhere in this create room area. So I'm not quite sure how I want this to be. I could put it like directly up below it. So UI button text mesh pro. Okay, I'm gonna name this create room button. And so gonna put this like my I don't know, like there. We can place this button anywhere here. Gonna make it a bit bigger. And the caption, of course, is going to be create. Maybe something like that. I don't know. So for the moment, it doesn't matter. So, but this one is going to be the button who has or who is responsible for, creating a room. And maybe on the right side, we're going to put like a list of rooms which already exist later on. So we have like area 1 being, on the left side, or area 2 being on the right side. And so we can later on switch on and off them particular things. Also, we should have a possibility to click on one of the listed rooms, if there's a room list here, to join a game against somebody, something like that. And for the room listing, basically, we could use some kind of a scroll rect or something, or a scroll view, which we are going to put on an extra, let's say on an extra panel, maybe. Maybe we're gonna put this onto all of that into another extra game object over there. So for joining stuff and scenario to disable or enable all of that, because once you are in a room, you don't want to see all of that stuff. So I may go and create an empty. Create empty. I just named this. This is only getting a rect transform, nothing fancy. This is like the create or join room stuff. And so the create room stuff is going to be part of that. So I can disable the complete thing. And inside this create room, I'm going to put the other way, the other thing on the other side, like the room list, but it's part of create or join room. So I'm going to go and try to find scroll view. I guess that's this one. And this is going to be our room list or something. By scrolling through that, by using scroll rect and stuff, we only want to go for a vertical scrolling and probably just restricted. No, not unrestricted, but clamped or something. So we can put in information or rooms in this scroll rect, in this view, something like that. So whenever we put any kind of a text field or something, or a button where a room has been created to be able to join, because it's there, then I can put it in, I guess, when somebody has, done that. And what I can also do is I can get rid of the horizontal scroll bar, because I don't really need it. I just want a vertical scroll over here. And I believe I can also play around with the size here of the vertical one. So when there are items inside, that it's not like, doing too much of a hassle. I don't know why this is like so short. I just snap it down just in case. Who knows if that's correct, right? So what else in the room list? There is now this missing scroll bar thing. So I'm gonna go and select none. So it's not missing at all. So there's no issue, hopefully later on in the UI. So in this vertical sliding area handle, no, that's not in the viewport inside the content. This is where our room list is going to, or all our rooms get shown. Since that's a corner, we need to create a vertical layout group. I'm gonna put it in. And we can literally say we want to pop it to the top left corner or top center and so on and so forth. We just later on need to lay out how they are going to look so they match, the content matches. So what we can now do is we can put content into it. We can use something like an image component, and currently it snaps to the top left corner. And we should be able to resize it to however we want. So this is basically our list container, I should say, container. Maybe it's a listing, I'm not quite sure. Maybe we're gonna have to change something on this. And I'm gonna add a text component so we know the room name on it. So I'm gonna go for text smash pro. Gonna name this room name text. And we're gonna give it any color, any text color. And we can, center all of that out. If we want to, we can leave it over there. We can make it broad and so on. So probably the list container needs a layout element with a preferred, with a flexible width. Well, I assume that this is needed, but we'll see. So what's happening if we now go and duplicate this container? It's gonna go and fill up this container automatically. It also masks out whenever there are too much rooms over here, which is good. What we need to do for the content is probably some spacing over here. If we want to put 2 or 5 pixels in between the listings, then this is the way to go. And so the rest of the containers literally can go, at least for the moment. So we have something to start with, actually. So as you can see, this one has also a flexible. That's what it is done. So here's the mask. So it masks out everything which is below this, or overall below the actual stuff there. If we want to, we might gonna go for the content and anchor this in the top, not in the top left, but in the top center, like so. But I'm not quite sure if that makes a difference. We may see some inputs or some problems later on with that. So in our prefabs folder, we're gonna go and make a new UI folder, I guess. And I just drag the actual list container over here. So whenever needed, I can spawn that or put this into the content over here. So I just need to drag and put it in there. And now what we can see is a different story. It just pops it in the bottom left corner. So probably we need to do something, some arrangement. Oh no, basically it's not landing in the content. There we go. So once in the correct content area, then this works better, it seems. Okay, perfect. So I can literally get rid of this container and I can put in, yeah, multiple containers over there. So I delete it just to make sure and test again. So first list container inside the content field is going to be added. 1, 2. So after 2, or actually when 3 are over here, it looks okay. And here we got, you know, this spacing. So, but in general, that's not a bad thing to start with. So, let's see. How we can actually create a room by connecting over Photon network. This is the first thing we need to tackle, I guess. So we have like a server connection. We get some feedback. I have some code already for that. So I bet I just copy paste this one later on. But I believe I'm gonna stop here today with the live stream. I did quite some stuff and had some huge amount of work already. So feel free to join me tomorrow. Probably I start around 10 in the Central Eastern Time, or Central Eastern Standard Time. I don't know which one is which. So feel free to join in tomorrow. For today, I'm gonna stop the live stream. Thanks a lot for tuning in, all of you guys, and talk to you tomorrow. Have a good one and good night. Bye bye.